The story begins in the central palace of the kingdom, in the spacious hall of the palace, where the young king Murmalik II held the document of surrender of the Duchy of Shidat in his hand. He glanced at the stern faces of the knights, who had not yet managed to hide their pride in their victory. The king noted that even his father could not have achieved such a feat. Now the kingdom's borders extended beyond the rich Halrik mine. For him, this was not just an achievement, but the fulfillment of a long-held dream. His calm, almost melodious praise sounded as if, with this sigh, a long, exhausting war had come to an end. The king noted with a sneer that he enjoyed thinking about what reward to give them. His words sounded less like praise and more like mockery. The king asked with a smile whether the heir to the Chladni family had not reached marriageable age during the war. The Margrave was surprised by this question. The king continued to talk about how the royal family must take responsibility. And again, he asked how old he was. The Margrave replied with difficulty that Eric was 24 years old. The young man's age was perfect for the king's plan. And then the decision was announced. The king intended to marry his younger sister to Eric. He spoke of her with ostentatious tenderness, emphasizing that he cherished her above all else. The Margrave froze in confusion. The hidden princess, whom no one had seen and who was already considered dead, suddenly became a prize. The Margrave is shocked by what is happening. The king gives the order to bring his beloved sister, Princess Misa Eskilir. When Misa finally appeared, all eyes turned to her. But no one was prepared for what they saw. With timid and awkward steps, the girl entered the hall. She wore a simple white dress, devoid of royal grandeur and adornments. Misa did not look like a princess at all. Eric was struck by her exhausted appearance. He did not expect to see the princess like this. Her eyes were empty, as if life itself had died in them. The king introduced the princess as a shy girl and called her over to him. Only timid sounds escaped the princess's lips. She looked as if she did not understand where she was. Her weakened legs gave way, and she fell to the floor with a crash. The king said that the princess was feeling a little unwell and asked for understanding. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then the king said to Misa, in a feigned gentle tone, to stand up. The Margrave hastened to greet the princess, assuring her of his loyalty. Eric also hastened to greet his future wife. He bowed before the king and said that he would do everything in his power not to disgrace her or the king. To which the king replied that he should take a good look at the woman who was to become his wife. Summoning his strength, he walked toward the princess. Approaching her, he knelt on one knee before Misa, who was still sitting on the cold floor. Then he gently took her hand and said that it was an honor for him to serve her. However, Misa fearfully pulled her hand away. Eric was surprised by this reaction. He saw indescribable fear in her eyes. The king casually told Misa not to behave like that in front of her future husband. The princess approached the king and knelt down beside him. The king told her to apologize, but instead the princess made an incoherent sound. So, in an instant, the reward for Chladni's unwavering loyalty was a princess whose behavior caused alarm and shame. The Margrave and his wife sat in the carriage, enveloped in silence. However, behind the silence lay a growing fury against the king, despite the victory in the war, where the Chladni undoubtedly became heroes. But the king did not like this. So, he came up with this marriage to retain power and weaken the influence of the Chladni. As a reward for the unwavering loyalty of the Chladni family, all they got was a sick princess. The Margrave was furious, but they had no choice but to obey the king's order. It was humiliating for the vassals and knights, but Eric accepted the inevitability of the marriage as his duty as heir. His cousin Amberic, shocked by what had happened, asked what would now become of the engagement to the Crispin family. The Margrave sharply rebuked him, asking how he dared to ask such questions. The engagement would, of course, be annulled. At that moment, overcome with anger, he exclaimed, "Are you not angry at all?" It was his wife, Taliesa. Margravine Taliesa coldly clarified what had just been said. The maids hastened to explain that the princess should not sleep alone, and Talia added that her bedroom was connected to the neighboring one by a passageway. The maids insisted, reminding her that the princess was unwell and should not be left alone. They added that if something happened to her during the night, it would be a disaster and would enrage the emperor. Talia coldly replied that this issue could be resolved by assigning servants to watch over her. The maids flared up with indignation, declaring that entrusting the princess to ordinary servants was unthinkable and that the emperor would be furious. The Margravine fell silent for a moment, her gaze becoming heavy and probing. She spoke slowly, as if clarifying for herself. "So, they want to say?" A tense silence hung in the room. It became clear where this was leading. The maids demanded that Eric himself look after the princess, placing this burden on the heir to Chladni. That night was filled with bitterness and resentment, but Eric remained calm. And finally, the day arrived. The wedding between the brave knight who had returned victorious from war and the princess was announced. This news brought smiles to the faces of the war-weary people. They were excited, because for those who did not know the truth, everything that was happening seemed like a real fairy tale. The city was filled with lively whispers and anticipation. The crowd eagerly awaited the princess's appearance, wondering what she would look like now that she had grown up. One of the girls dared to remark that, according to rumors, there was a lot of talk about the princess, but she did not have time to finish her sentence. Someone nearby hurriedly said that the Margrave was coming, hinting that she should be quiet. The Margrave and Margravine entered the hall, and the attention of everyone present immediately turned to them. The Margrave was whispered the news that the king would not be able to attend the wedding, and his face instantly darkened. The Margrave's fingers clenched into a fist, betraying the rage he was struggling to contain. The thought that the king was mocking him to the end was very annoying. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but restrained himself. The guests were asked to take their seats to participate in the ceremony. The priest addressed the groom, asking him to come forward and take his place on the pedestal. The groom appeared before everyone. His appearance combined strength and rare beauty. All eyes turned to the tall doors. The doors swung open and the princess entered the hall. The crowd gasped. She looked ill, her gait was unsteady, as if she could barely stand on her feet. The priest raised his voice, announcing the start of the sacred ceremony. Eric stood straight and confident, his gaze focused and calm. The princess looked up, her eyes revealing confusion and fragility. The statue above the altar served as a reminder of the solemnity of the occasion. The moment came when the bride and groom had to seal their union with a kiss. Their lips touched in a kiss that sealed their marriage before God and man. Eric closed his eyes as if trying to hide his tension and thoughts. The temple was plunged into reverent silence, and the moment seemed to last forever. The maids reminded Eric that he must not harm the princess on their wedding night. They added the confirmation of the marriage would be required in the morning. Eric nodded silently, accepting the conditions. Eric opened the doors to the bedroom, preparing to meet the princess alone. Upon entering the room, he was met with a striking sight: the princess tied to the bed. Eric stopped at the threshold, shocked by her condition. He slowly walked forward, approaching the bed. The princess's eyes were empty, almost lifeless. Eric began to slowly remove his clothes, preparing for their wedding night. He quietly and gently said "princess" and continued to undress. But at that moment, Eric noticed something that made him freeze. The princess was not just weak. She had been pumped full of sedatives in doses strong enough to put a horse to sleep. The thought that she had been treated worse than an enemy prisoner filled him with revulsion. He understood clearly that without the king's orders, this would not have been possible. Eric leaned over her and, feeling the coldness of her skin, said he would untie her. He asked if she was all right, massaging her legs to warm them up. Eric knew she couldn't be all right. Her condition was too serious. Eric thought that she must be in pain because her wrists were still tied. Eric freed her wrists. The ropes had been tied for so long that they had left marks on her skin. Her fingers had turned dark red. It would be a problem to leave things as they were. Eric knew there was no other way. He approached her and said, "Princess." He said he would lie down under the blanket for a while and asked her not to be afraid. Eric gently pulled her close under the blanket to warm her up. He said his name was Eric, that he was the son of the Chladni family, and that he was 24 years old. He told her that he had no brothers, and that his younger sister had died in an accident when he was a child. Eric said that because of the war, he had been living on the border, far from his family and home. He mentioned that today was their wedding day, and that he was now her husband. But how much she had managed to understand from what she had heard. However, Eric decided to explain the situation to her and continue talking. He explained why he was touching her hand. Winters are harsh abroad, and frostbite always starts at the fingertips. Eric added that it was very important to maintain normal blood circulation, and continued to gently rub her hands. He watched her face closely, hoping to see even the slightest signs of improvement. Gradually, her cheeks began to turn pink, her breathing became more even, and Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Convinced that she was warm, he thought that she would feel better after sleeping. Eric thought that he now needed to create proof of the wedding night. Eric wondered how he could draw his own blood to create proof of the wedding night without harming her. His gaze fell on the glasses standing nearby, and an idea flashed through his mind about how they could be used. In the morning, Eric held a blood-stained sheet in his hands as proof of the wedding night. The maids looked closely at the sheet, and one of them gasped in surprise, promising to take it to the priest. One of the maids said it was time to change the princess's clothes. Eric stopped them. He said that the princess had not yet woken up and asked them to wait. The maids reluctantly agreed. Eric stood at the door lost in thought. He exhaled heavily, trying to cope with the tension. He was surprised to hear strange sounds behind him. Eric turned around and saw the princess chewing on her outer garment with childlike innocence. She continued to pull the fabric into her mouth as if it were food. Eric told her it was inedible. Eric noticed that she must be hungry and asked her to be patient for a little while. He gently called out to her, addressing her as princess. Eric showed her the food, checking to see if it would interest her. The princess looked up uncertainly and reached for the food. She cautiously took a piece and hesitantly brought it to her mouth. Something resembling surprise flashed across Eric's face. She took a bite and cautiously tasted it. Eric watched her, his gaze softening. The princess ate slowly, as if every bite were new to her. He was glad she liked it. The setting sun painted the sky, and the majestic castle towered in the distance. That was where Eric was to take the princess. Eric returned home with the princess. His parents greeted them at the entrance silently and sternly. Eric quietly introduced the princess as his wife. Eric's father said that his son was tired and should rest first. The princess suddenly reached for the stone statue at the entrance, trying to climb on it. Eric immediately picked her up, preventing her from falling. The Margrave watched the scene with irritation, his face contorted with anger. Eric held the princess tightly in his arms. She looked confused and defenseless. The servants gathered nearby, watching them and whispering. Eric said he would take care of the princess himself, telling the servants to rest and unpack the luggage. The maids exchanged sly glances, not hiding their mockery. Eric addressed the butler, who responded respectfully. Eric said that from that day on, the princess was a member of their family and asked them to take good care of her, as she was not in good health. The butler replied that everything would be done and asked him not to worry. Eric carried the princess into the house, while his mother, Talisa, watched them silently. Talisa stood with her arms crossed, her gaze stern and cold. The table was set for dinner in the hall. The Hladny family sat silently at the table, the atmosphere tense. Eric told the maids that he would take care of her himself during dinner and that they could rest. The maids replied that everything was fine, as incidents often occurred with the princess during meals. Eric frowned, noticing a hostile gleam in the maid's eyes, even though her words sounded polite. Eric asked if there was any food that the princess preferred or disliked. The servant replied that she could eat anything. Eric turned to the princess and gently suggested that she try one of the dishes. The princess obediently opened her mouth, but her gaze remained vacant. Eric watched her reaction closely, his eyes betraying his anxiety. The princess pretended to eat, but her movements were uncertain and tense. Suddenly, she spat out her food, splattering it across the table. Eric was stunned by her reaction. The princess screamed, and Eric, holding her back, quietly asked her to calm down. He tried to ask if she didn't like the food, but she responded with another hysterical scream. Eric concluded that the princess needed to rest and compose herself. The maids bowed, confirming that they understood his instructions. Eric stood up with the princess, preparing to lead her away from the table. Eric's parents watched the scene unfold with cold expressions on their faces. Eric's father sighed heavily, clearly suppressing his irritation. Eric's father, so that no one could overhear them, turned to his wife in sign language, asking if it was worth keeping the princess alive at all. Talia responded to him in sign language as well. If they killed the princess, they would die too. Eric just raised his eyebrows quietly. The kingdom of Esquilier had long been ruled by three great families. They were called the pillars of the state. The Salakez family was responsible for internal order and stability. The Crispin family protected the capital's security. The Hladny family defended the country's external borders and army. All three families had enormous influence over the army and the state's defense. The previous king's wives were from these families, which strengthened the union. But the current ruler, Mermalik II, rejected tradition. Under the pretext of restoring royal power, the Salakez family was destroyed by Mermalik II himself. Not satisfied with this, he began to oppress the two remaining families, who could no longer tolerate his pressure. The families concluded a secret agreement on the succession to the throne and decided to raise an uprising immediately after the end of the war. But the plan did not go as expected. The Hladny family won major victories and won the sympathy of the people, who were tired of tyranny. The king could no longer ignore this. The Margrave clenched his fist, struggling to contain his rage at what was happening. Taliesa remained coldly calm, while the butler waited attentively for her orders. Taliesin reminded him that not long ago, the princess had been fine, and her current condition was a result of the turmoil in the kingdom. The Margrave added irritably that the vassals were already proposing to replace Eric with Amberic. He emphasized that the heir to the family could always be changed, making it clear that Eric's position was precarious. The Margrave called the princess insane, which made Eric's position even more fragile. Eric remained silent, not objecting, and his silence only increased the tension at the table. The conversation turned to Grand Duke Hagael, whose decision everyone was waiting for, but the Margrave was annoyed by his slowness. His words were tinged with mockery, questioning Hagel's intelligence and determination. It was noted that Hagel was the king's cousin and the only living member of the dynasty besides the princess, so without his consent, the coup would not be recognized as legitimate. He had been crippled in a supposed accident. Now he could not have children. His life was nearing its end. The Margrave lost his temper, exclaiming that nothing was going according to plan. In a rage, he cursed. Talia coldly remarked that he could not even control himself. The Margravine asked Eric what he thought about uniting the two families through marriage. Eric calmly remarked that it was impossible from the start. With the king still alive, the wedding would only attract attention. He added that without a clear heir to the throne, it would take many years to convince the nobility. The Margravine agreed with his reasoning. She emphasized that the years spent on the battlefield had dulled his political instincts. The Margravine said that in a situation that even a young man like Eric could understand, the Margrave was proposing to kill this child. She added that they needed to assess the whole situation first. She coldly remarked that Eric always remains himself, until even the maids criticize him. Talia called the princess this child. She asked her son to try not to get attached to her. Eric listened silently, hiding his confusion behind an outward calm. The Margravine coldly remarks that male affection is superficial. If kindness comes at a price, it is better not to show it. She sums up her thoughts and tells him not to torment the poor child. Night falls over the mansion, and the words spoken at the table dissolve into silence. Lonely footsteps echo in the deserted corridor. Eric wondered anxiously if even his mother wanted to get rid of the princess. He recalled the previous night with the princess. Strange feelings enveloped him. He felt very sorry for her, and he did not want a bad fate for her. On his way to his bedroom, Eric heard a noise coming from the bedroom. These were the voices of the maids who were treating the princess harshly. Eric stopped. The maids were shouting and scolding the girl. They said that she was too restless and strong today, apparently because she had eaten too much. The maids brazenly discussed the Margrave and his family. But at that moment, Eric's voice suddenly rang out. He had heard only a little, but it was enough to stop the circus. He said that he would take care of the princess himself from now on. Eric could only guess how she had been treated before. He praised them and let them go. Their eyes showed open hostility. They hurriedly left the room, saying they would come in the morning to wake the princess. Silence hung in the room. Miesa sat on the edge of the bed and stroked her hair. Eric said that his wife was in a good mood today. He approached her and sat down next to her. He explained that it was a country estate and that from now on she would be traveling back and forth between this estate and the Hladny territory. He said he hoped she would like it. He asked her about her discomfort, but paused, thinking about their meeting with their eyes. But she quickly lost interest. Something else bothered him. Didn't she have any other clothes? Why on earth is the princess dressed like that? He was confused. Her clothes resembled prison garb. Misa raised her head and her gaze met Eric's. The princess's face was very beautiful and sweet. Eric was struck by her beauty. His heart began to beat faster. They moved closer to each other, wanting to passionately merge their lips in a hot kiss. But wait! The princess began to play with her lips childishly and spit. It seemed that only Eric wanted to kiss her. Returning to reality, Eric gently told his wife that she shouldn't spit in people's faces. He told her to go to bed and rest, and that he would finish his work and go to bed too. He felt uncomfortable about his thoughts. He left, telling her to call him if she needed anything. Misa whispered something quietly after him. Moonlight filled the room with its light. Eric and Misa were already asleep. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder and a flash of lightning. The next morning, Eric and Misa were sitting at breakfast. He asked Misa how she slept. Misa remained silent, as if she did not understand him. Eric said that she was probably uncomfortable because the bed was different from her previous one. Although the princess responded with incomprehensible sounds, he could see that she was sad. Eric understood her without words. Her complexion was worse than usual, although she had looked normal before going to bed. Eric asked her to eat something, even if she had no appetite. But the princess decided to dip her hands in the soup. She squeezed the pieces of meat tightly and squeezed them, and then she put them in her mouth. Eric was shocked by his wife's behavior. Despite what was happening, he remained calm and patient. After the princess's arrival at the mansion, several days passed at a frantic pace. After Eric's wedding, the atmosphere in the estate changed. Here is our handsome Eric. Everyone greeted their captain, but it seemed that everyone wanted to say something, and the atmosphere was tense. Noticing this, Eric asked them if their training for the day was over. If not, why were they standing there? In the evenings, things were not going well at the estate either. For some reason, Margrave Hladny began to avoid family dinners. Lady Hladny expressed her dissatisfaction, saying that he couldn't control his emotions. And the vassals of the Hladny estate were completely at a loss. But no one dared to say anything openly to Eric. He always appeared calm and unshakable, as if nothing had happened. After finishing his training, Eric asked where his wife was. The butler replied that she was in her study. The answer did not surprise him in the least. Eric opened the door slightly. The maids were sitting on the floor, cheerfully discussing something. They were talking about the princess, who apparently liked it here very much since she was sleeping so soundly. They were worried about whether it was okay for the princess to sleep on their clothes. After all, the maids wore them. The maids were delighted with the color of the princess's hair. Even gold was not as beautiful as her hair. They were touched by her. At that moment, Eric entered the room. Upon entering, he inquired about the two maids. It turned out that they had left again. Therefore, these lovely maids were looking after the princess. Eric praised them for their work and proceeded to Misa. The maids began to justify themselves, saying that they had put their clothes under the princess because the floor was too cold and hard. Eric replied that they could return to work. After all, he would now take care of his wife himself. Eric walked up the stairs carrying his wife in his arms. He carried her so easily, as if she were as light as a feather. And when they entered the bedroom, Eric was just about to lay her on the bed, when suddenly the princess woke up. She didn't like not having solid ground under her feet. She began to cry and struggle in discontent. Eric asked her to wait a little longer. After all, he had almost carried her to the bed. He had just laid her on the bed. Miesa immediately assumed a defensive posture, like a wild cat. Eric clearly did not expect this. He watched her for several days and realized that Miesa did not particularly like him. And for some reason, she considers Eric a means of transportation. In any case, she touched his heart. Looking closely, Eric noticed a thread in her hair. He approached to remove it. Suddenly, Misa abruptly dodged his hand. Her reaction was reflexive. What had she been through to react like that? Eric put his hand on her head and said gently that he didn't want to scare her. He would just quickly remove the debris from her head. He looked at her, thinking how cute she was. Misa looked frightened. Their eyes met again. And he remembered the maid's words. One maid said she had met a cat that looked like the princess. This made Eric smile. At night, at the Hladny estate, Misa slept sweetly in her bed. Eric sits at the table and works hard. He holds a letter and studies it carefully. The names Malik and Dayal were written there. These are the names of the two maids from the king who mistreated Misa. These maids leave the princess every time and disappear at every opportunity. They are definitely plotting something. In addition, Erica was concerned about the food supply for the inhabitants of the territory. There was too much to sort out. He is holding a letter in his hands. After opening and reading it, he realizes that he now has one more problem to deal with. It was a report on his orders. As a result of surveillance on the man on his orders, it was confirmed that they had another meeting in that house on the outskirts. Chief Hladny was with the girl from the tavern. One day, Eric's father suddenly began discussing marriage with the Crispin family. At that time, only Eric had suspicions. Looking back, he realizes he was right. For knights and vassals, his father's proposal was not a bad idea, but Eric couldn't shake his feeling of unease. So from that day on, he began to watch him carefully. And then he witnessed something unacceptable. He discovered that his father was having an affair with a girl from the tavern. This was the first time Eric had encountered his father's misconduct. It left a bitter taste in his mouth. But between life and death on the battlefield, he couldn't bring himself to bring it up. Eric tried to find out if this woman had any hidden motives or patrons, but he couldn't find anything significant. So, he decided to keep this secret to himself. But after the war ended, his father brought this girl here. He even ordered his right-hand man, Sir Kelbanig, to take her as his second wife. That's how devoted he is to her. Eric had no choice but to carefully inform his mother of this, passing on the evidence in a letter. But the Margravine did not want to hear about it. She said she was already old. so it did not matter if he slept with another woman. In the letter, the maid conveyed all the Margravine's words. Eric was surprised by this reaction, but he couldn't stop thinking about his father's mistress. His mother wrote in her letter that if she were an aristocrat, it would be easier to find out about her past. But apart from her fake husband and the head of the Cold family, there was no one else in the house. Throwing down the letter, Eric sighed wearily. Once again, he had learned nothing new. To tell the truth, Eric's mother's reaction was quite natural to him. After all, in the world of the aristocracy, marriage was often seen not as a union of hearts, but as a union of houses. Suddenly, something caught Eric's attention. It was our princess, Misa. She woke up and headed toward Eric. Approaching his table, she ran to Eric and sat on his lap. Eric was shocked by his wife's actions. His heart beat faster. Suddenly, the sheets of paper caught Misa's attention. Eric, seeing her curiosity, warned her that it might not be as exciting as she thought. Misa took the sheet in her hands and began to study it. But less than a minute later, she grew tired of him and tore a piece off him. Eric was glad that the princess was no longer avoiding him. She had approached him herself for the first time, and he did not feel guilty. Due to unexpected events and his dissatisfaction with the king, he had not yet considered that he would spend the rest of his life with this girl, experiencing new emotions. He remembered how, as a child, he had dreamed of knighthood, honor, and responsibility. But over time, he realized that behind all this lay a duty to his family, a blood covenant for the sake of future generations. He never expected much from his wife and did not hope for happiness. Even if she tore up papers or behaved strangely, it didn't matter. Eric no longer had high hopes for his relationship with women, but now when she reached for his documents, he gently stopped her, asking her not to tear them up. She insisted, as if she wanted to get his attention, and Eric allowed himself a gentle rebuke for the first time with a slight smile. Harassment won't help. I'm not done reading yet. The next morning, Margravine Taliesin and her maid were sitting in the room. She told her mistress that it was almost March, and that perhaps they should prepare a large brazier in the greenhouse for the upcoming concert. Taliesin agreed with her idea. She said to start preparations early, as this year was colder than usual. At that moment, Princess Miesa and her maid entered the room. The Margravine did not expect such an encounter. Suddenly, Miesa falls to the floor in front of the Margravine. Everyone stares at the princess in surprise. The Margravine says that her behavior is quite unusual. She says that the princess usually stays with her maids. But today she came to me. Taliesa's maid noticed that she calls her princess as if she were a stranger. Taliesa agreed, but she still doesn't know how to address her. The Margravine turned to Madame Diala to find out how to address the princess correctly. After all, she is a lady-in-waiting. In response, she received only silence. But the Margravine thought that she was useless and did not even try to get along with others. Talisa's maid said she had looked into the matter. 3 generations ago, there was a similar situation. The head of the family and his wife addressed the princess by name. And since the young master had introduced her as his wife, the Margravine could try calling her by her name. And for the first time, that name was heard in the hall, Miesa. Miesa looked at the Margravine at that very moment. She sat up abruptly and smiled, showing that she liked her. The Margravine smiled back. The maid and Talisa talked about how beautiful the princess's name was. Madame Diala began to flatter the Margravine, saying that the princess liked her and asked her to look after her until dinner. Talisa agreed, letting her go to rest. She took her leave and departed. After she left, the maid sighed. She said that the royal servants were very picky and that one had to be careful around them. She continues to say that Madame Diala idles all day but still bathes the princess regularly, and Madame Malika has never been seen in the vicinity of the estate. She was curious about the reason for their blatant laziness. Miesa lay on the floor looking at the pattern on the carpet. The Margravine had a headache. She asked her maid Adele to bring her some medicine for her headache. Adele asked the maid if it was the usual medicine. The maid replied in the affirmative and added that it was lying by the bed. Adele praised her and went to her mistress. Mrs. Talisa was sitting on the sofa, and Misa was sitting on the floor next to her. Adele left the medicine and walked away. She was surprised by her mistress's unusual behavior. It was the first time she had allowed someone to lie on her lap. Adele asked Mrs. Talisa if she was all right and whether she should call a doctor. Talisa begins to take an interest in this child, asking her age. Misa is 20 years old. Adele recounts that at a young age, Misa witnessed the deaths of half of the royal family. Talisa suggested that it must have been so painful that she went mad, and even now people take advantage of her left and right. Talisa said she felt very sorry for her. The maid was shocked. The lady suddenly said that this child was so beautiful. her gaze lingered involuntarily on Miesa. There was something familiar about her. She said that her facial features and eye color were very beautiful. Mrs. Taliesa asked her to make sure that Miesa ate well. The maid was curious when her mistress came so close that she could see the color of her eyes. Taliesa said that her hair was a mess, which made it difficult to see her face. Come to think of it, the color of her eyes seemed familiar. Could it be that the lady saw her own child in her? Misa's hair was tangled and she wanted to sleep. The lady offered to comb her hair. Misa responded indistinctly. Meanwhile, at the other end of the mansion, Eric was wondering what his wife was doing. The butler said that she had been with Mrs. Taliesa since morning. Eric headed to the hall to see his wife. As he approached the door, he heard a noise coming from the room with Misa. Lady Taliesa was cutting Miesa's nails. Adele asked to do it herself, but the lady refused, wanting to finish the job herself. She was also afraid of frightening Misa with sudden touches. When Eric entered the room, he saw a rather strange scene. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He asked what was going on. Mrs. Taliesa said that she had cut Misa's nails because they seemed to be uncomfortable during walks. Eric was surprised that his own mother, who had never done anything like this for him, was doing it for his wife. It was unusual for his mother to care for someone like this. She might feel sympathy sometimes, but not enough to cut someone's nails. She was always cold, even to her own son. But now she's looking at the princess with a tenderness that's hard to believe. She had that expression on her face for only one person, for Eric's younger sister, Rosie. Could it be that his mother is projecting her memories of Rosie onto Misa? Eric came closer and said he would cut Misa's nails himself. His mother refused, saying she would finish it herself. Eric took the scissors and said he would finish it himself. The reason for Eric's growing concern was his mother's behavior on the day of Rosie's death. Did he have the right to interfere? He took her foot and began to cut Misa's nails. Misa lay quietly, surrounded by people praising her for her behavior. She whispered something. Adele turned around, sensing something was wrong. Misa's expression was very sweet and angry at the same time. She felt something strange. She was uncomfortable. Adele thought she didn't look very well. An idea had already formed in her head. She put the cookie in the unhappy princess's mouth, surprising everyone around her with her decision. Eric asked her what she had just done. Adele replied that she thought the princess was uncomfortable. She used to calm down when she gave her sweets. Apparently, the princess really likes sweets. Eric understood and continued cutting her nails. Eric's mother looked at Misa and commented on how neatly she was eating, how she was taking small bites. She said she was glad to see that the princess was eating well. At dinner that evening, Eric took care of his wife by feeding her with a spoon. He taught her not to swallow everything at once. He wondered what his mother had seen that reminded her of Rosie. Was it the color of her eyes, which was similar to Rosie's? But if it was the color of her eyes, then there was also his cousin Amberic. However, his mother had never treated him in a special way. The butler entered, carrying a roasted quail. He apologized for the delay in serving. Eric told him to leave it and go away. Eric thought about how the princess behaved calmly when they were alone. This dish was not too difficult to eat. Suddenly, Misa felt ill. She held her head, trying to ease the pain. She made sounds like moans of pain. Eric didn't understand what was wrong. He began to ask her what was wrong. Misa pointed to the plate with the quail. Eric didn't understand the reason, but he knew one thing. She felt sick because of the fried quail. He said he would remove it from the table immediately. He took the dish away and ordered it to be cleared. Eric was angry with the maids because they had said that the princess had no food she disliked. What had happened to her in the past that made her feel sick at the sight of fried poultry? Perhaps she had had a negative experience with quail at the palace? In the morning of the new day, the maids asked the young lady not to lie on the cold floor. But Misa lay there as if she did not understand their words. She did not want to change her position. Then the maids decided to put a blanket under her. Despite being busy, the maids found time to care for the princess. Young maids whispered among themselves. They did not understand her strange behavior, but they felt sorry for her nonetheless. No one was sure how much the young lady understood. Some even whispered that it was strange. After all, Eric had never shown any interest in women before, and now he cared so much about one. But they were quickly silenced, reminded that unnecessary words could cost them their heads. The conversation imperceptibly turned to her clothes. The girls complained that the dresses got dirty quickly, and suddenly one of them suggested making a bib decorated with embroidery for the princess. Others were enthusiastic about the idea, adding floral patterns, embroidering delicate designs especially for her. These simple conversations revealed their unexpected affection for her. They began to see her not as a burden, but as a little lady. Everyone except these 3 maids. Meanwhile, Eric was training outside. He looks at the sun and realizes that lunchtime is long gone. Eric was worried about his wife, wondering if she had eaten well today. Eric headed inside the mansion, worrying along the way that she might not have eaten or been able to play well with the maids. He was also unsure if he could entertain her as well as the maids did. When he met the butler, Eric learned that Misa had fallen into the stream that afternoon, changed her clothes, eaten, and taken a nap. She was now in the maid's workroom. Apparently, the princess saw fish in the stream on her way to the chapel with the lady and accidentally fell in. Since she was with his mother, it couldn't have been very dangerous. He was glad that her day had been eventful. She had been quite busy all day. Eric was leaving when the butler suddenly stopped him. He said that the young lady did not like the chapel very much. Eric was not surprised. After all, Misa gets bored sitting in one place for a long time. At first, she calmly followed the lady. But as soon as they arrived, she began to fidget at the entrance, so she stayed outside until the end of the service. Eric thought that if she had sweets, she would like it there. His heart skipped a beat. Eric made a decision. From now on, there would always be an endless supply of sweets on the tables. The butler understood the order and bowed. At dinner, Eric fed Miesa with a spoon. He said she had a good appetite today. The princess looked energetic at dinner. Eric watched her eat with relief and moved the plates closer to her. He gently encouraged her to try not only meat, but also vegetables. He fed her himself, holding out a piece of food. Just as Misa was about to eat the pieces, one of them suddenly fell. Eric reassured her, saying that everything was fine and that he would give her a new one. Eric apologized and removed the piece from her clothes. Seeing the piece of food in front of her, she began to reach for it to eat. Eric pushed her away, promising to cut off a new piece and explaining that this one was no longer edible. But Misa did not understand what was wrong with the piece that had fallen. She grabbed his hand and ate the piece right off his fingers. Eric was aroused by the surprise. It was the first time he had ever felt such sensations, so he pulled his hand away in surprise. Misa was surprised by his behavior. She clearly did not like this attitude towards her. She grabbed the tablecloth and pulled it, knocking all the food on the table. One of her maids came to the noise. She caught Misa ruining another meal. She took the princess away to bathe and change her clothes, thinking on the way how tiresome it was to spend every meal like this. Left alone, Eric sighed quietly. His fingers still remembered the warmth of her hands, her breath nearby. At night in bed, Eric couldn't sleep. His head was a complete mess. He caught himself feeling this closeness too keenly. Eric admitted to himself, Misa was his wife, but she was like a child, perhaps even incapable of realizing who he was to her. He told himself that he had no right to fall in love with her, convincing his heart of this, although it had long since begun to waver. The Chladni family was preparing for an important event, a poetry evening. Eric asked if it was necessary to attend. Mrs. Taliesa said that everyone there was like hyenas, so they needed to show that everything was fine. For everyone, it was just a cover. The matriarchs were gathering to discuss royal power and the status of their families in a small circle. This time, it was the Chladni family's turn to host the meeting. Therefore, their house had been bustling with activity for several days as they prepared the greenhouse. The fact that the Marquise Crispin and her daughter were expected there caused particular tension. This would be their first meeting since the breakup of their engagement. Mrs. Chladni suggested that Misa take a look at the almost finished greenhouse. She replied vaguely. Eric asked if Misa had had fun today. His mother laughed, saying that he was like his mother asking the nanny about the baby. And yes, Misa had had fun. And since her son was there, why not all go together to see the greenhouse? But Eric refused, saying he had a lot of work to do. And he went out to check on Misa. Looking at his lovely wife, he agreed to come in for a minute. The greenhouse was almost completely ready. Everyone was busy preparing to welcome guests. And here comes the beautiful Miesa, running and admiring the beauty. Everyone was surprised by the princess, as many were seeing her for the first time. While Madame Chladni was busy with organizational matters, Miesa was free to walk around and look at the flowers. Eric thought she was very cute, comparing her to a small child or an animal. Her presence, despite all the difficulties, calms him. 2 maids approached the princess from behind, wanting to show her a beautiful bird. They asked why she no longer came to the workroom. She said that they were always waiting for her. Turning around, Misa turned pale as a ghost. There was indescribable fear and horror in her eyes. Images from the past flashed before her eyes. Suddenly, the bird spoke to Miesa, saying that her mother had made a mistake. The bird continued to talk about the punishment for those who make mistakes. Miesa trembled, her eyes wide open, as if she had encountered death itself. The bird said that this was why her mother was now. And before finishing, the bird screamed. At that moment, Misa screamed and collapsed to the ground. Everyone in the room was shocked by the princess's reaction. Everyone except these 2 maids. Mrs. Hladny was just about to go to her. Suddenly, Eric burst into the hall and ran to Misa, shouting her name. He hugged his wife around the shoulders and asked if she was okay. No one around understood what had happened. She jumped into Eric's arms, and only when she was close to him did her cries begin to subside. She did not let go of Eric and was shaking violently. Eric tried to understand what had caused her fear. Suddenly, one of the royal servants said that the princess was afraid of birds. Madame Hladny said that it was not just a fear of birds. And anyway, was it really necessary to mention this earlier? Adele intervened and supported Mrs. Taliesa, scolding them for their irresponsibility. Malika excused herself, saying that she had forgotten to mention it because she already had so many things to worry about. They forgot to mention just one thing, and they made such a fuss about it. Tension hung in the air. Adele wanted to argue but didn't. The Margravine was furious at the insolent maid's words. Eric did not argue. He just got up, holding Misa in his arms, and said firmly that he would take his wife away and calm her down. Misa cried bitterly, her memories of the past probably very frightening and terrible. Eric whispered quietly, "From now on, there will be no more birds. Not on the table, not in the greenhouse." His voice was firm, like an oath, and only then did her breathing become more even. Misa tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward the garden. Eric hesitated, because there might be birds there too, but she stubbornly pulled him onward, and Eric agreed. Eric wiped Misa's tears, calming her with the promise that if a bird flew in, he would chase it away. His voice was softer than ever before. Eric quietly added that if she fell asleep, he would carry her to the bedroom. Misa closed her eyes and immediately fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, someone approached them. His light footsteps disturbed the fragile calm. He smiled as he looked at Eric with Misa in his arms and remarked with a slight sneer that they looked very closely. Amberic kept asking about his wife. Eric frowned and sharply told his cousin to disappear, fearing that his wife would wake up. He just smiled, noticing that the couple seemed too close. Amberic said that rumors were spreading around the house. Eric tensed at these words. Amberic warned that his father wanted to make him his heir, which is why he always curried favor with other family members. Therefore, one cannot take the rumors spreading outside lightly. According to him, a maid named Bina and another servant were spreading false stories about their family. But he himself never wanted to be the heir. He preferred freedom. Amberic had always supported Eric since the days of battle, when they trusted each other with their lives. That is why he had long supported Eric in his struggle against his father. Eric thanked his cousin for the information. Amberic smiled and said that thanks to him, his last days had been happy. But he was curious about how true all the rumors about Eric and his wife were. He asked directly if he had really been struck down by his wife. After all, they say that Eric personally cut her nails. To which Eric replied that he couldn't stand by while his mother did it. But Amberic was shocked. Wasn't that too strange? Eric asked what he meant. He had heard that his wife's feet never touched the floor because Eric was always carrying her in his arms. Eric replied that he was only helping Miesa because she had difficulty walking. Or did Amberic expect him to carry her around like the maids did at the ceremony? Amberic knew Eric quite well, even considering all the responsibility he had for the Hladny household. It all seemed excessive to him. Amberic did not understand the reasons for such an attitude towards this woman. Hearing the rumors, he thought that Eric was simply playing a role to deceive the king. But since the king was not there, what was the point of this charade? Did he really want to live with such a woman? Eric told him to shut up. Amberic couldn't understand what was going on in his head. After all, it would be more logical to get rid of her as soon as possible. After all, Eric was about to marry Lacana Crispin when misfortune struck in the form of this princess. But Eric didn't want to hear any more of this. And for now, her arrival was only benefiting his family, and the king would leave them alone for a while. There was nothing better than this right now. It was an inevitable but better choice. Eric's words sounded weary, making it clear that he viewed this marriage as a necessity rather than a curse. However, he added that she doesn't even know whose lap she is sitting on. Should we make her even more miserable? His words sounded so gentle that his cousin just shrugged. But this simple phrase clearly showed that Eric did not see Misa as a burden, but rather as a creature in need of protection. A few days later, the poetry evening arrived. All the ladies of the kingdom, including the Crispin family mother and daughter, gathered in the greenhouse of the Ladny house. After all the guests had arrived in the greenhouse, Eric and Miesa arrived briefly to greet everyone. All eyes immediately fell on them, and the insincere congratulations only made things worse. Throughout the meeting, there was an awkward atmosphere between the Ladny and Crispin families. It was obvious to everyone around. After a while, Eric picked up his wife and said goodbye to the guests. After bowing, he headed for the exit. Lacana Crispin silently watched them leave. Then she ran out and stopped Eric, asking him to give her just a minute. At that moment, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Approaching him, she told him not to have children. These words sounded like a threat and a warning at the same time. Leaving the greenhouse, Crispin's mother and daughter discussed the handkerchief trick. Lacana was supposed to throw it according to her mother's plan. The Marquise spoke irritably about the happy embrace between Eric and his wife. She called their happiness disgusting. She emphasized that the princess was definitely the type of woman those men liked. She had a pretty face and knew how to smile. The Marquise spoke irritably that it was Lacana who should have entered the Ladny family. It could be said that Lacana was raised for the sake of inheritance. She was taught only to be a worthy mistress of her house. But Lacana just looked down silently, thinking about her fate, while her mother pressured her with words. That evening, Eric sat in his office and pondered. Lately, his brain had been overloaded. Because his father had become infatuated with his mistress, all the family's affairs had fallen on Eric's shoulders. The prolonged war had exhausted the people, and there was a shortage of food. If the inhabitants could survive the summer, the soldiers would return to their fields and harvest the crops. This would stabilize the situation. The Hladny family deserved sufficient compensation to avoid these problems. However, the king granted them a few insignificant trophies and the Halrik iron mine. It was a gift for appearance's sake. Another gift was a lonely princess. However, it would take years to develop the Halrik iron mine. Eric understood that the king's gifts would not help him now. Therefore, he would have to work with what he had. The main problem was the absence of his father. This forced the vassals to look to Eric as their leader. The responsibility weighed on him like a coffin, and he understood that the vassals looked only to him, seeing him as their future leader. Misa woke up and approached Eric. She tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to reality. She hugged him tightly, sensing that he was having a hard time. For a moment, Eric remembered Amberic's puzzled face. Her small head rested on his chest, and he hugged her, stroking her bony back and feeling his heart fill with a strange sense of relief. She didn't run away or resist, but stayed close. Eric opened a jar of candy and put one in Misa's mouth. He asked her to stay a little longer. The very fact that she did not run away but remained in his arms brought inexplicable comfort to his troubled heart. The next day, maids from the Crispin household arrived at the Hladny residence. The reason for their visit was that Milady had dropped her handkerchief. In high society, a handkerchief is an item exchanged as a token of love. An unmarried woman came and dropped her handkerchief at the home of her former fiancé, who was now married. This was a serious problem. Lady Taliesa ordered help with the search, and let them do it in secret. Let everyone think that this handkerchief belongs to the Marquise Crispin. All the girls searched for the handkerchief together. Suddenly, the eyes of two maids met. They were clearly in cahoots. They discussed that the princess must be gotten rid of within 2 years. However, one maid says that this is not something that can be done so easily. They agree on a new meeting place and part ways. Meanwhile, preparations for the family dinner were underway at the mansion. On the sofa, the Margravine was combing Misa's hair. Misa, as always, was playing and putting everything in her mouth. Mrs. Hladny wanted Misa to eat well, and her behavior was not so important. She marveled at her slender neck. She also praised her and lovingly combed her hair. The Margrave was very annoyed with the princess who had ruined all his plans. The atmosphere at dinner was heavy and negative, and all because of the Margrave. He nervously tapped his fork on his plate and asked why the hell this woman was sitting at the same table with him. The Margravine interrupted him and said that Misa was practicing, so she shouldn't be interrupted. The Margrave was shocked by his family's attitude toward this damn girl. But his anger only intensified, and he loudly protested that she was being treated like a child. The Margravine asked her husband to ignore Misa as she poured him a glass of wine. After all, she didn't need it anyway. Mrs. Hladny asked Eric to make sure that Misa ate her vegetables as well. The Margrave was annoyed by his family's kindness towards Misa. Unable to contain his anger any longer, the Margrave stood up and said to keep an eye on the princess so that she would be safe and sound at her meeting with the king. Then he stood up and headed for the exit. But his family was not upset. On the contrary, they could finally eat in a calm and friendly atmosphere. Mrs. Hladny asked Eric if he had prepared gifts for the palace. Eric had, of course, prepared something appropriate. Everyone except Misa was excited about the trip to see the king. In a few days, the couple would go to the palace to visit the family home. As was customary, 50 days after the wedding, the day of departure for the palace had arrived. Everyone around was busily loading the carriages with belongings. The maid Malika was also giving orders and working. It was strange for Eric to see her at work. Misa was dressed beautifully and now looked like a princess. Eric looked at Misa and thought he had taken a wife under the sympathetic gaze of those around him. But in reality, such a wife turned out to be not so bad. Eric leaned over to Misa and asked her gently if she knew his name. In response, Misa just looked embarrassed. She may not know who he is, but for Eric, having someone to protect fills his life with meaning. Misa looked at Eric, and he reassured her that everything was fine. He had just asked in case. Madame Malika joined them in the carriage, and they set off. When the carriage entered the capital, Eric became particularly focused. The marble walls of the palace gleamed, but they were imbued with the blood of the past. Heads had once rolled here, and each slab held the memory of death. He held his wife's hand and scanned the corridors intently, as if expecting danger around every corner. Eric recalled, 20 years ago, the king ascended the throne with the support of his mother's family, the Salakez. But 12 years ago, his actions changed dramatically. The floors in the central hall were perpetually covered in blood. No sooner had the blood been cleaned up than another head rolled across the floor. Every step on the stone floor evoked a chilling thought. Whose body had lain here? Reaching the center of the hall, Eric greeted the king. Finally, they stood before the king. The king greeted them with a smile. Vermelick II glanced at the princess and noticed that her face looked better. His words sounded like empty formalities, but there was a hint of condescending mockery in his voice. Eric greeted the king, holding Misa by the shoulders. Suddenly, the princess felt like lying down. Everyone was surprised by her behavior. The king smiled and said he was glad to see that Misa's face had improved. This meant that they could expect news of an addition to the family. Eric was very cautious, as he wanted to avoid arousing the king's suspicions on their wedding night. Eric replied that he hoped so too. But in reality, he had no intention of causing Misa such pain. At the same time, a servant approached the king and whispered something in his ear. Eric said that his wife's health had not yet fully recovered. The king interrupted him, saying that the conversation was over. He was not here to talk about the monkey's health. The servant continued to whisper something to the king. The maid said that the bed was covered in blood after the first wedding night. However, when they came to wash the princess, they found that she was completely unharmed down below. Eric was confused because he had planned everything so well. According to the maids, the bed remained untouched, just as untouched as the princess's body. The king rose from his throne and approached Eric. He asked Eric why he had done nothing. The king wondered whether Eric really did not want an heir with royal blood. An oppressive atmosphere formed around them. The king questioned Eric, trying to find out the reason. But Eric denied everything. He couldn't even suggest that the maids would report such details. Hearing the answer, the king smiled. It was as if a malicious plan had formed in his head. He patted Eric on the shoulder and said that he had disgraced the royal family by holding his wedding in Hladny, and this despite the fact that his wife was such a lovely princess. Suddenly the king exclaimed as if he had understood something. He asked if this could be a rebellion against the royal family. Eric's heart stopped for a moment. His hand clenched tightly into a fist. Once the king mentioned rebellion, there was no way out. If Eric's life was in danger, there was no way his parents would be safe. The same fate awaited the other followers of House Hladny. Eric took only 17 knights with him to the capital. They would be no match for the royal guard and the city's defenses. Eric's thoughts were interrupted by the king's voice calling Misa to him. Misa obediently followed the king on her knees. The king took pity on her and stroked her head. Then he asked her to answer his question. He then asked her if her husband had undressed her that night. The princess replied with something indistinct and began to examine his shoes. Suddenly, the king grabbed Misa by the hair and pulled her toward him. She screamed in pain. Eric was furious at this treatment of her, but the king was also angry because he had not received an answer. Eric asked him to let her go first, but the king did not listen and asked his question again. Gritting her teeth in pain, Misa said that she was hurt. Those around them were shocked by what was happening. Misa said that she was hurt and pointed to the place where it hurt. And then she began to tell and show what Eric had done to her that night. Eric was shocked because he hadn't done anything like that to her. And besides, she had learned to speak, or she was pretending. Suddenly, the king interrupted Misa. He said with disgust that he did not wish to hear any more about his sister's love affairs. Then he kicked her away from him. The king said that was enough, and that Eric could take it away. Misa barely managed to keep herself from falling face down. Eric immediately ran to her to make sure she was okay. Eric was shocked by what he saw, his teeth clenched with anger at the king. Eric hugged Misa, trying to calm her as she trembled with fear. On the way back, Misa slept soundly in Eric's arms. At the Hladny estate, they were met by the butler and several maids. Eric lifted his wife and told them that he would take care of her himself. He also ordered no one to enter the second floor of the West Wing. And for this, let them bring Callan, for it is he who will guard the second floor. The maid was surprised by the young master's order. On the way to the bedroom, Misa woke up and suddenly screamed, muttering something about ants. Callan, one of Cold's knights and Eric's right-hand man, entered the room. He greeted the commander. Eric asked if he had been told everything. He also told Callan to make sure that no one approached the room today, and to let him know if anything happened. Callan replied that he understood. Reaching the bed, Eric laid Miesu down and said that now they were alone. Eric grabbed her wrists and sat on top of her. He said that now no one would hear them. Whether she cried or screamed, it didn't matter. No one would come. And now that no one could hear them, she should say something. After all, Eric now knew that she could speak. Miesa clearly understood his words, but instead of answering, she smiled. Eric already knows her secret, so why all this pretense? He didn't understand it. He gently took Misa's hands and said that he was very patient. He began to ask how long she planned to keep pretending. What if he hadn't found out? Would she have continued to fool him? He wanted to ask her how she felt about him, but Miesa interrupted him, calling him dear. She repeated his mother's words, asking him not to pay attention to Miesa because in any case, it was useless. Eric was confused. Had she really heard everything? For a moment, he couldn't believe his ears. Eric asked her why she was acting this way, to which Miesa replied with a strange phrase, in a tone that was somehow familiar, firm, yet elegant at the same time. What's more, the words also seemed somehow familiar. Despite her unkind face and relaxed voice, her hands trembled slightly. In that moment, Eric realized his mistake. He got up from her and apologized, saying he didn't want to pressure her. It was hard for him to believe the truth. What thoughts had been going through her little head all this time? According to rumors, Miesa witnessed her mother's death at the age of 8. After that, she saw the king kill all her half-brothers and sisters. In order to survive, she chose to be crazy, and she had to endure contempt and ridicule. She was treated worse than an animal. Thinking about how Miesa had lived all these years, Eric was speechless. He wanted to calm her down and comfort her, but he didn't know how to do it. Eric understood that superficial words would not help her. He wanted to say something to her, but his tongue would not obey him. The next morning, the servants came to wake Miesa and Eric. The royal maid also came, and clearly not just for any reason. The servants brought breakfast. Eric was already awake and sitting by the bed. The maid began to wake Miesa, telling her that she needed to get up and eat. Eric silently watched what was happening. He thought he would be killed because of a false report to the king. As expected, the maid came here to see if the princess had lost her virginity. However, Eric's patience had limits. He stopped the maid and told her to let the princess sleep. The maid agreed and left Miesa alone. Then the butler suggested that the young gentleman have breakfast first, as he had a lot of work ahead of him. It seemed as if they had all come here to verify the marriage, and it would be better if they all misunderstood. However, food eaten alone after a long break is like sand. During the day, the mansion was bustling as usual. Miesa's plan was to make a mess on the table, tear up the clothes left behind by the black-haired man, pull out a strand of gray hair from the maid. Having finished half of the list, she exhaled. It had been a difficult day with medical examinations, but she had managed, and all because of the black-haired man. However, Miesa was worried that he might tell others her secret. It seemed that he had been very angry yesterday. Miesa was afraid that Eric would tell everyone, including the king. She was afraid that he would kick her out of there. However, Miesa decided to calm down. Even though he looked very angry, he wasn't like that. He was very kind to her. It didn't seem fake. Remembering him, Miesa blushed. But just in case, she decided to play a prank. Miesa suddenly started running. She ran into Mrs. Chladni's room. She greeted Miesa with a smile. Talia asked the girl how she slept. And worried, she told her not to go alone because it was dangerous. Suddenly, Miesa fell tiredly to her knees in front of Mrs. Chladni. Miesa felt calm next to the lady. She liked her very much. After that, the lady continued her conversation with the butler. As it turned out, the butler had looked into the matter of repairing the garden fence. He suggested using cheaper Meijo wood, which cost 2 gold coins per board. Miesa listened carefully to what they were saying. She remembered that the palace garden used wood supplied from the southern islands. It was 5 times more expensive. Miesa wondered if importing materials was too expensive for this house. However, she had only been to the royal palace and Celia's palace, so she didn't know much. The Rogenton dairy farm had recently started producing cheese and butter. Therefore, the butler brought butter. It is expensive, but high quality. Therefore, there is not much of it. The butter costs 20 silver coins for one piece. Miesa was surprised at such a low price. According to the maid, a bag of flour cost 20 silver coins, so this small piece of butter cost as much as a sack of flour. The black-haired man was worried about food for the people, and if they are short of money, they should stock up on flour. Mrs. Hladny was happy that Miesa was eating well, so she asked to order 5 more pieces of this butter. While Miesa was chewing the butter, she began to calculate in her mind how many silver coins it was worth. Miesa couldn't understand why the black-haired man and the ladies were happy to see her just eating. But regardless of the reason, this kindness couldn't be meant for her. In this world, no one would do such a thing for a plague-ridden princess. In the evening at sunset, Eric came for his wife, but she didn't want to go to him. She didn't usually behave like this. Miesa made strange noises, seeking refuge from this man in the eyes of her mistress. However, Eric grabbed Miesa by the waist and lifted her up. He whispered that it would be better if she remained calm. Eric did not tell anyone about what had happened yesterday. At dinner that night, when they were alone, Eric asked if she could eat by herself. Miesa looked at him with displeasure, as she had thought. She didn't like him at all. She wondered why everything was so formal. The servants knew she ate with her hands. They were so inefficient in this house. Miesa hadn't held cutlery in her hands for about 10 years. Shaking a little, she began to eat. Her hands weren't strong enough to hold them. As Eric thought she was doing well, Miesa was puzzled as to where it was good. She dropped her fork, thinking what a strange man he was. Then she started eating with her hands like a mad woman. Eric was surprised by her decision. He looked at her and asked what was wrong. Miesa licked her fingers and thought that it was all so that she wouldn't be exposed. But she didn't tell him that out loud. She thought that the servants might suspect something and complicate matters. At the same time, she licked the sauce off her hand in a sexy way. Suddenly, she noticed Eric's strange behavior. He was bright red. Burning with embarrassment, he covered his face with his hand and asked Miesa to stop. Miesa didn't understand what was going on. She thought that maybe he was angry with her. Eric suddenly stood up and moved closer to Miesa. It wasn't the first time Miesa had behaved this way, so she didn't understand the reason for his anger. Suddenly, Eric lifted her face and told her to look at him. Then he wiped her face with a napkin. Embarrassed, Miesa thought that he wasn't completely stupid. He asked for her hand and wiped it carefully. Miesa was embarrassed by such care. After the meal was over, the maids came to clear the table. Eric stood at the entrance to the bathroom, where Miesa was now being bathed. The maid poured ice-cold water on the princess and asked why she had never been sick. She said it would be good for her to rest in comfort for a few days. Miesa agreed with her. It was also beneficial for her to be crippled. By the way, Eric usually bathed her. Why did she personally come to humiliate the princess today? Suddenly, Miesa grabbed the maid by the hair, causing her to scream in pain. The maid was furious. She grabbed Miesa by the hair and began to drown her in the bathtub. Suddenly, Eric's voice rang out, asking what was going on. The maid began to explain that the princess had suddenly become capricious. While washing herself, she sometimes injured herself. That is why the maid decided to wash her. Miesa was furious at the blatant lie from this old witch. The maid asked him to leave so she could finish, but Eric said he would finish it himself. The maid objected, saying that it was indecent. Eric replied that as her husband, it was more appropriate for him to do it. The maid warned that washing her would not be easy. She described the sequence of washing, shampooing the hair, applying oil to the ends, drying it, and applying cream to the body. But it was all a lie. She usually washed the princess's body roughly with soap, although she was bathed more harshly at the palace than here. Eric convinces the maid to leave, which she eventually agrees to. As she leaves, she looks at the princess with displeasure. Left alone, Eric thought that he had managed to get rid of the maid. But what about the princess? He asked Miesa if she could wash herself, but Miesa could not deviate from her image as a madwoman. Therefore, she could not do it herself. Eric looked at the whole situation and said embarrassedly that he understood. Eric went to get the items the maid had shown him. Misa sat there and didn't understand why he was angry again. Then she got up and went to Eric. She understood that getting on his nerves would not be to her advantage. On the contrary, she should cooperate with him. Eric, embarrassed even more, covered his face with his hand and asked what she was doing. However, when he removed his hand, he saw all of Misa's charms hidden under her clothes and her terrifying scars. When Misa first saw his large and intimidating figure, she decided it would be best not to resist his will as much as possible. Looking at him, she got goosebumps from the memories. However, Misa feels that she may have made a mistake. Although he is large and frightening, he has been quite kind to her. Eric was angry, veins bulging on his face. Misa was ready for the blows. It seemed that she would not escape unscathed here either. Although she did not understand the reason for his anger, did it really matter? She had been hurt before for no reason. However, instead of violence, Eric gently touched her scars. How deep must the wounds have been to leave such scars? He asked who had done this to her. There was pain in his voice, unlike anything she had heard from him before. This sadness made her feel that she should at least answer him. She said it was the king. Eric was stunned by what he heard. He felt so sad that he sighed wearily. Eric was confused. Then he grabbed Misa's hand and suggested that she finish her ablutions quickly so that she wouldn't get sick. Misa thought he had been angry all this time. Eric rolled up his sleeves and asked her to tell him if she felt uncomfortable. He warned her that this was his first time doing this. Misa didn't understand why he was looking at her with pity. He should have just washed her like a dog. Eric tried to touch the princess as gently as possible so as not to hurt her. Misa noticed this. She felt very comfortable while he washed her hair. Misa sat in the bathroom, embarrassed but enjoying the wash. She wondered if washing had always been so pleasant. Eric was also embarrassed by what was happening. It was embarrassing for him to touch a naked girl, even though she was already his wife. Misa felt ticklish when her neck was rubbed and she laughed. Turning around, she saw Eric's reddened face. The crazy woman didn't care who would wash her between her legs, but this man's emotions stirred her up. Eric apologized, although Misa was also embarrassed. This man made her feel strange for no reason. After finishing washing Misa, Eric lay on the bed, sighing wearily. Misa sat down next to him, thinking that he was completely exhausted. Eric called her over and told her to go to bed. He took Misa's hand and wanted to say something, but fell asleep at that very moment. Misa thought that he was the one who needed to rest, not her. Misa did not understand Eric at all. Yesterday, he was ungrateful even though he had been spared, and today he looked at Misa's scars with sympathy. And when she eats, he cannot hide his dislike for her. She approached Eric to see if he was sleeping soundly. But despite all his actions, he seems like a good person to Misa. Misa quietly left the bedroom, but Eric woke up anyway. When he woke up, he noticed that his wife was not there, and that the light in the bathroom was on. As he approached the door, he heard Misa's voice. Eric quietly opened the door and saw Misa standing in front of the mirror. She stood there repeating phrases spoken by Madame Taliesa, the maids, and other people. Eric was stunned by what he saw. Misa continued to speak different phrases. There was no connection between them. She continued to repeat different lines from different people. A few seconds later, Misa noticed her husband standing behind her in the mirror. Suddenly, she said a phrase her mother had used when she asked him not to interfere with Misa's training. The next day, the maids came again to check the princess's virginity. They were surprised that she still had it. After all, yesterday, no one was allowed anywhere near them. Misa was unhappy with what was happening, but she had to continue playing her role. Misa began to experience strange feelings after meeting Eric. She called them shame, and today she felt especially dirty. Pretending to be crazy, she didn't care about other people's mockery. But last night she showed her true side. And if they laughed at her, she would feel uncomfortable. Suddenly the maid said that even her naked body did not arouse him in any way. And who would want to give their seed to someone like her? To which the second maid replied that they had to watch over the princess anyway. Misa was hurt by such remarks. Thinking about it, she realized that there had been no bruises or wounds on her body for a long time. By this point, she should have already fallen or caused a serious incident that would have angered everyone. Getting out of bed, she decided to walk around the mansion, imitating a crooked gait. She walked and thought about what she could do to hurt herself without causing herself severe pain. She thought maybe she should break something valuable, but she quickly changed her mind, thinking that it was wrong to break things in a house where cheap boards were used. Looking at the stairs, she thought that a slight fracture would be ideal. However, the maid interfered with her plans, but Misa was afraid because she could be seriously injured. It would hurt, but she saw no other way out. Preparing for the pain of the fall, she closed her eyes and got ready to weaken her legs so she would fall. Suddenly, Eric appeared. He could no longer stand by and watch. He managed to catch her before she fell. Misa was surprised by his sudden appearance. Eric said he would look after his wife himself and dismiss the servants. Misa was angry, but she tried to hide it behind a silly smile. Rick and Misa were sitting in the greenhouse. He asked her if she really didn't like birds. Misa awkwardly said that it was true. Eric asked her why she had become afraid of them. Misa clearly didn't like remembering the past. Then she replied that the birds had eaten it. Eric asked what they had eaten, but there was no answer. As it turned out, Eric constantly dragged her there whenever he felt like it. He understood that she felt uncomfortable talking in front of others. So he told her that no one would come in, so she could talk freely. However, that wasn't the only reason. Suddenly, Eric broke the silence by asking if it was difficult for her to talk. In her mind, Misa is a good conversationalist. However, she couldn't express her thoughts out loud. Eric suggested that it had been a long time since she had spoken to anyone. She wasn't used to saying the words in her head. Misa had never thought about it. She didn't know how to explain it. But it seems that this man's words are true. After what he saw that night, he figured she was good at repeating what people said. Misa nodded at his words. But Eric asked her to try to answer with words instead of nodding, or at least respond with short answers. She didn't understand why, but looking at his face, she felt she had to answer him, even if she didn't want to. Exhaling, she replied that she understood. Realizing that she had said it out loud, Misa quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She thought her voice sounded strange. Blushing, she wondered why she was experiencing these strange feelings again. Eric said she needed more practice. Then he took her hand and placed it on his throat. He asked if she wanted to watch him speak. He said that the larynx was located here, asking if she could feel it. While he was explaining to her how the larynx worked, Misa looked at him and his neck with embarrassment and interest at the same time. Eric said that his voice sounds different now, that he was taught this when his voice broke. He asked if she wanted to try it. She did not understand what he meant by voice broke. However, Misa wanted to try. She shyly began to draw out vowels, changing the tone. Eric suggested that she was beginning to understand. He told her to try saying something to him. She asked him what voice breaking was. Eric laughed at her question. Misa was embarrassed and angry. Eric apologized, saying he was sorry. It was just too unexpected for a first question. He explained that at a certain age, everyone's voice changes, and this is called voice breaking. He assumed that this was the first time she had heard about it. He asked if she had any more questions. Misa had her own worries. She didn't understand why Eric wasn't worried too. Looking at him, she said that she was still not moved, even after Eric had sent everyone away. Those were the words of the maid this morning. Eric was surprised. He didn't understand what she was talking about. Seeing his confusion, Misa stood up and spread her legs so that he would understand exactly what she meant. Eric blushed at what he saw. Now he understood everything. He covered her modesty and said he understood everything. Very embarrassed, Eric asked Misa not to do that again. She looked at him and asked if they would do it. After all, if they did not confirm their marriage, Misa could be sent back to the king at any moment. Eric was as red as a tomato, but he still managed to find the strength to respond. He told her that he needed a little more time. He suggested that they get to know each other better first. Perhaps then he would be able to get rid of the discomfort that Misa had mentioned. Misa didn't understand what he meant. She thought he was reckless, since he wasn't afraid for his life in front of the king. Suddenly, Eric stood up and suggested they take a walk in the greenhouse. Misa understood that it was not the right time for this, but in the end she agreed. According to the maid, the king had ordered that she simply be watched. So for now, she was not in danger of meeting the king. They walked through the greenhouse, looking at different flowers and plants while talking. Eric asked if Misa was really uncomfortable walking. Misa smiled slyly. Eric realized that she had fooled not only others, but him as well. But Misa was proud of her gait, which she had spent a long time perfecting. Eric asked in surprise how she managed to do it. It was difficult for Misa to explain, but all she had to do was tense certain muscles in her legs. She decided not to explain, but instead reached out her hands to him. Eric was surprised. Should he carry her now? He picked her up, saying that she had walked more than usual today. Misa blushed at the sight of his chest so close. She was glad that he was much better than she had thought. And for some reason, it seemed to her that this kindness could last forever. The day before the wedding, the priestess told Misa what would happen on her wedding night. She described everything in great detail, and so that it wouldn't seem vulgar, she read it in a monotone voice. Misa found it all strange and bizarre, and there was also mention of severe pain down below. So she thought of it as a very unpleasant affair. But now, for Misa, it is one of the most important things for strengthening her marriage. Ideally, she wanted to do it as soon as possible. But after their last conversation, this man constantly finds excuses and puts it off until later. And this despite the fact that his life is in the hands of the king. Misa felt that she was the only one who cared about this. She asked when they would become closer. Misa thought that maybe the reason this man was postponing their wedding night was because he wanted to annul the marriage. What if all the kindness he had shown her was a lie, and in reality, he was just stalling for time to get rid of her? Eric called her name, but Misa was deep in thought. She thought about what the maids had said that morning. Maybe her body wasn't sexy enough to arouse him. Every time the people in this mansion were kind to Misa, disturbing thoughts came to her 100 times a day. That's why she wanted to confirm the marriage as soon as possible. Eric kept calling her, but she didn't hear him. She wanted to strengthen this union because she really likes living here. When she is there, she sometimes feels like she has returned to the time when her mother was alive. Eric continued to call her name. Eric approached Misa and called her name loudly. Seeing that she had heard him, he asked if she was all right, because he had called her several times. But in response, Misa only looked down sadly. She quoted the maid's words, saying that no one would want to give their seed to someone like her. Eric was surprised by what he heard and asked who dared to say such a thing to her. Misa said nothing in response. Judging by her tone, Eric realized that it was one of Madame Malika's royal maids. He exhaled and sat down next to her. He was embarrassed and repeated that they still knew nothing about each other. Misa was unhappy to hear this excuse again. Before he could finish, she said his own words back to him, suggesting they get to know each other first. That way, he could ease the discomfort Misa had mentioned earlier. Now Eric understood what was going on. That was why she had listened to him so attentively back then. After a while, he finished his story and asked if she wanted to confirm their marriage. Of course she did. Eric was impressed by her determination. However, he said that he also needed time to prepare, because this was not something that could be done immediately. He suggested that they discuss how they would proceed tonight. Misa was surprised, because she had heard that men were good at it even when they did it for the first time. That night, Eric said that there were many unresolved complex issues, including the royal servants, And since Misa wanted to confirm the marriage and he wanted to get to know her, they shouldn't rush things. He put his hand on her as a sign of the beginning of their intimacy. He suggested that Misa share stories with him every night, and he suggested starting with something simple. For example, what is Misa's favorite food? She replied that it was meat. Eric was surprised by this answer. He thought they were cakes or sweets. Eric said he liked fruit and vegetables. On the battlefield, he always ate dry rations. Suddenly, a spark flew between them. Eric asked if she felt stifled sitting at home all the time. She didn't understand what he meant. Tired of Eric's questions, she told him, "Madame Hladny, that's enough." He immediately recognized his mother's tone and laughed. Eric said shyly that he liked it when she called him by his name. He asked Misa to say his name again. It wasn't difficult for Misa to do so. And she said his name again. Eric felt unfamiliar, but very pleasant feelings. He touched Misa's face and said that she had a very pleasant voice. And since she had obeyed so willingly, he would make a small gesture of goodwill toward her. Then Eric kissed her on the forehead. They looked at each other shyly. For the first time, Misa wanted to know more about him. She touched her forehead in embarrassment, thinking that for the first time she felt a strong interest in someone. Thanks to her persistence, Misa managed to deceive people, and her gait was able to fool even those who had seen many wounded people. It was surprising and absurd that she was able to disguise herself so thoroughly. Eric was curious about what thoughts were going through her little head. He was genuinely interested in this girl, and he wanted to know more about her. The next morning, someone called out to Eric. When Eric arrived, everyone around him was in chaos. Eric saw Misa lying wounded on the bed. On the morning of the same day before the incident, as usual, the maids came to check on the princess's loss of virginity. They judged this by the crumpled sheet on one side and the good condition of the girl's body. Then, Madame Deyala noticed something strange. She leaned over the princess and began to suspect something. Lately, the princess's behavior had seemed strange to her. Miesa was acting a little differently. Her gaze was different. Although, perhaps it was all in the maid's imagination. She wasn't sure. The maids began to discuss the meeting with the other family right in front of the princess, thinking that she didn't understand anything. Continuing their discussion, they began to tug at the princess to get her to change her clothes. Misa thought this was wrong. She was curious about what kind of family it was and what they would bring. For more than 10 years, she had suffered from an obsessive-compulsive disorder that was constantly getting worse. The maid asked why the 3 pillars of the kingdom were in such a state. The second maid said she didn't know. She asked how much longer they would have to stay at the estate. After all, she thought it wouldn't take long. Misa understood that if she didn't throw something away, it would heighten their suspicions. Misa suddenly laughed. 2 maids were on their way to the princess to give her the gift they had worked so hard to prepare. Suddenly, one of the maids stopped and said she heard a strange sound. Turning around, they saw the princess running. Misa knew that this time she couldn't hesitate. Otherwise, she would be taken back to the palace to the king. She ran past the maids at high speed, leaving them standing with their mouths open. Realizing that it was the princess, the maids hurried after her. Misa decides to run straight to the stairs. As she gets closer, she realizes that it won't work. So she turns sharply and runs in the other direction. And then she finds the perfect option, the balcony. Everything is perfect. There is no one there. Misa deftly climbs onto the railing, preparing to jump onto the lushly blooming flowers. She jumped with a loud laugh, hoping that the flowers would soften the blow. However, things did not go according to plan. When Eric entered, Madame Hladny was scolding the royal servants for their idleness, saying that despite everything, they still dared to insist on bathing and dressing her themselves. He approached his mother and looked at the faces of the insolent maids. Then he approached Miesa to check on her condition. Miesa was conscious, and the atmosphere around her seemed too serious. Then Eric told the young girl to get ready for the examination. Gela replied that she understood. She was a member of the Hladny family's Order of Knights. He also instructed one of his family's maids to look after his wife. Eric asked Adele to accompany the maids to the palace. He told her to report the incident to the king and then return. He let everyone else go. Eric felt incredible anger toward his mother. Turning around, he heard her say angrily that those fools should have all their limbs torn off. Eric understood that this time too, his mother saw her deceased daughter in Misa. In the spring before Rosie's 10th birthday, she was walking alone in the forest. A drunken knight knocked her down and killed her. On the day she died, his mother lost her mind. The knight who was responsible for the accident, the stable boy who provided the horse, and even members of the family, including the elderly and children, were executed on the orders of Madame Hladny. The Margrave criticized such a harsh punishment, and since then, they have grown apart. And today, Madame Hladny has lost her mind again, just like that day. That is why Eric decided to take matters into his own hands to avoid bloodshed. He told his mother that this was his wife's business, and he would deal with it himself. Their conversation was interrupted by Gela. She said that during the examination, the princess had a small bruise on her right wrist. All necessary measures had been taken, so the princess should not have any serious mobility issues. Upon learning that Misa was fine, Madame Hladny breathed a sigh of relief. She then said that Eric was right, and that she thought it would be best for her to return and cool off. She looked at Misa and asked Eric to take care of everything properly. Heading for the exit, Mrs. Hladny left everything else to Gela. After Mrs. Hladny left, Gela also hurried to the exit. However, Eric stopped her. He asked Gela if she was sure there were no serious injuries. She replied that, to tell the truth, the lady had several deep scars, but they were too old to be treated, which is why she had not mentioned them. Eric was satisfied with the answer. Gela said she would not tell anyone about it. After all, she had never divulged important information before, even when drunk. However, Eric felt that she had not been very busy lately. Therefore, he ordered her to report here starting tomorrow. Gela clearly did not expect this from the young master. Eric had already warned the head maid, and then he escorted her out of the room. Left alone, Eric turned to Misa, saying that he knew she was awake. Misa was not happy that he had figured her out. He asked her why she had done it. After all, there had to be a reason. Misa lay down, trembling slightly with excitement. Eric, seeing her distress, sat down next to her. He told her that everything was fine and that she could tell him the reason for her actions. Eric wanted to know why she had caused all this commotion. Misa blushed and turned away, saying that there was a reason, but it was difficult for her to explain. Eric asked her never to hurt herself again. Misa agreed. He said that in return, she could break something. However, Misa was ashamed to break anything. Suddenly, Eric approached her and said that he wasn't saying she couldn't do anything. She could do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't hurt herself. Eric asked Misa to promise him she wouldn't hurt herself. Misa responded with the vow she had made at the wedding. Hearing her answer, Eric relaxed. He told her to rest, and if she was hungry, to just call him. Eric was sad, which surprised Misa. Noticing her intense gaze, he told her to speak if she wanted to say something. Misa asked about the girl. Was she her maid? Eric was surprised by the question. Of all the things she could have asked, she chose to ask about that. He replied that he was going to do so. They say she is a diligent student of a famous doctor and is also good at treating external injuries. Despite her appearance, she is quite strong and can handle a couple of wolves on her own. She is also cautious. Misa asked how cautious she was. After thinking for a moment, Eric replied that she was not the type to be easily bribed. Since she is a doctor, she was not captured or tortured, but it would still be better for Misa to pretend for now. Eric asked if Misa remembered Callan, who was standing at the door on the day they were at the palace. From now on, Eric wants to assign him to guard the west wing on the second floor. After losing 2 fingers during torture, he now uses his left hand to wield his sword. He is one of the most reliable people Eric knows, but he didn't tell him anything about Miesa, so she doesn't need to worry. Eric then added that he would take a break from work to be with her. Hearing this, Misa's face lit up with happiness. Eric thought that it was probably because he was the only one who knew her secret. He said he would leave in the morning to take care of some urgent matters and then come right back. Misa often lets her guard down in front of Eric and shows a range of facial expressions. One moment she is anxious, then quickly relaxes. Or as now, she looks unexpectedly excited. Suddenly, Miesa stood up abruptly and approached Eric. She hinted to him that since they had a lot of time, there would be a lot of stories. She quoted his words, where he said that in order to get closer, he needed to learn more about her and prepare himself mentally. She asked if it would be now or tomorrow. Her unpredictable actions always surprise Eric. Out of awkwardness and anger, he said he didn't understand what she was talking about. He said that being hurt, she shouldn't say such things. Even though he was angry, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He told her not to even think about it until she was fully recovered. He looked at her and saw her cute, embarrassed face. For some reason, she looked sad. He asked why she was in such a hurry with this, to which Misa replied with a phrase she had heard, saying that Eric had not touched the princess because he wanted to divorce her at the priest. Wasn't it wise to get rid of her as soon as possible? After all, Eric had almost married Lacan Crispin, but this disaster had come out of nowhere. Hearing these words from Misa, Eric froze. He hid his expression from Misa. He was angry at Amberic because his delusional words had caused Misa to worry all this time. Eric gently touched Misa's shoulder and said that he had no intention of divorcing her. Absolutely none. A long life together awaits them, and there is no reason to rush things now because they hardly know each other. However, Misa did not feel any better after hearing these words. Eric said that if something was bothering her, she should ask, and he would answer everything. He said that if she thought he was hiding something, that wasn't true. After all, she sat on his lap and read documents whenever she had the chance. He showed her confidential information, so he had nothing to hide from her. Then Eric put her to bed and covered her with a blanket, saying she needed to rest. He asked if he should call the maid if she couldn't sleep. Misa asked why. Eric thought she liked spending time there. Miesa said it wasn't fun. The kitchen and laundry room are noisy and lively. In the workshop, people work with their hands, so it's quiet there, and the maid's conversations can be heard clearly. Eric suggested that Misa went there to get information. Judging by Misa's reaction, he is right. As it turns out, Misa did the same thing in the palace. Miesa heard what the servant said to the king. She heard about the bribe that the maid Namira received from Madame Malika. Misa said she knew everything. Eric was impressed. Miesa also shared an interesting fact. Adele said she didn't like the white-haired butler. Adele likes cool guys. Eric was surprised that their butler liked Adele, and it seemed that he had already been rejected. She began to quote other people's phrases, saying that Adele would not be lonely if she wanted to marry the stubborn butler. Eric was shocked. All of Misa's actions had made sense so far. Suddenly, Eric lay down next to his wife. He wanted to talk while being closer. Misa thought that now they would have their first wedding night. However, instead of making advances, Eric asked why Madame Malika had bribed the senior maid named Namira. He asked if she had caused Miesa any problems, but Miesa was upset that they were not confirming their marriage right now. Offended, she turned away and lay down on her back. Eric said that in order to get closer, they needed to talk. She answered him with one word: fraudster. He asked her in surprise what she meant. She said that tomorrow, Malika and the fraudster would meet. The 3 pillars of the kingdom. The 3 pillars of the kingdom refer to the 3 great families that represent the kingdom of Esquilier: the house of Hladny, Salaquez, and Crispin. Among them, the house of Salaquez was destroyed by the king. And since there were only 2 houses left, the maid was from the house of Crispin. Eric said he needed to bring in people from both sides to find out what was going on. Miesa was worried that Eric would do something foolish. Suddenly, Eric kissed her on the cheek. Miesa was embarrassed and surprised by his actions. Eric said it was ingratitude for her answers. In that case, what should she do? The next morning, There was commotion at the estate. Gela was angry about the slander against her. The royal maids accused her of wanting to harm the princess. The maid replied that she did not know what was in the ointment and that it might contain poison. To prove that there was no poison, Gela swallowed the ointment, which was intended for external use. Then she shouted that the ointment was safe. And since the maid was so worried, why didn't she try the ointment on herself? Eric was pleased with Gela. He knew she would accomplish her task. He approached Misa and said he would be back before dinner. As he left, he asked her to keep a close eye on Misa. To be honest, Eric still didn't understand Misa's actions yesterday. Why did she hurt herself? Although it gave him an opportunity to scold the palace maids, it was still too much. To discover her true motives, Eric must first eliminate prying eyes, and then, step by step, get rid of the king. Eric's face changed at the memory, and anger coursed through his entire body. Amberic was stunned by the news that he would now be training knights. He clearly didn't like it, but Eric had already made up his mind. Amberic objected, saying that he already had a lot to do, but Eric said that chasing after girls wasn't work. And then he told them to stop arguing. After kicking them out, Eric said to start work tomorrow. Later, Callan came to Eric's office with a report. He assigned knights skilled in stealth to the palace maid and Crispin's maid. Eric praised him and told him to bring Adele, but to do so in secret from her mother. A short time later, there was a knock at the door. A maid entered the room. It was Adele. She asked what was wrong, as the servant had suddenly called for him. Adele was an experienced senior maid who had been raised by his mother. Thanks to her, they were able to get rid of the two palace maids. Adele carefully prepared all the materials about the actions of these maids, as well as their past. She managed to accurately convey the facts. However, it will all be in vain if they are replaced by someone similar. That is why Eric needs Adele's help. Adele is better suited to choosing palace servants than he is, having spent 12 years on the battlefield. She remained in the capital, interacting with other families, gathering information, and resolving many other issues. Adele replied that it would be better to entrust this choice to the young lady. However, Eric had already asked Adele to leave his mother, but Eric would prefer that the information obtained during the investigation not reach his mother's ears. He said he had heard about a bribe between the palace servants and Crispin, and he would like to deal with that first. He asked which of the intermediaries she could put him in touch with. Adele said that it would be difficult to contact the head maid directly. However, she had heard that the Viscountess, her right-hand woman, was concerned about her brother-in-law's affairs, and if they could resolve them, she might be willing to do anything. Once free, Eric entered the bedroom and announced that he had returned. Upon entering, he was met with an unusual sight. He saw Misa and Gela painting on the bed. Gela said that music and theater are good for people with mental illnesses, but she thought that painting would be better because it could be done in the bedroom. Eric said he had never heard of such a thing. Gela said that it wasn't from textbooks or research. She had heard that the princess had been through a lot, so she thought it would be good for someone who constantly suppressed their emotions to let them out. Eric approached his wife and, after making sure she was okay, told her to read her books. Gela said it was a good idea. If she had to choose a book, it should be a fairy tale. At that moment, Eric was captivated by Misa. Suddenly, Eric said that her work was done for the day. She had said that she had a lot of work to do, so he told her to come back tomorrow morning. Gela quickly ran out of the bedroom, saying she would be back tomorrow. Once outside the door, she exhaled. She expressed all her thoughts in anger. She scolded him because he wanted her to work as both a doctor and a maid. However, Callan said that she would be paid for both jobs. Then Gela said she had nothing to complain about. Suddenly, Eric appeared behind her. He asked where her change of clothes was, to which Gela excitedly said that she needed to wash them. But Eric refused, saying he only needed the clothes. She replied that they were under the shelf. After thanking Eric, she immediately disappeared. Gela was very afraid that the commander would reprimand her for what she had said. However, he was used to getting straight to the point, and that worked in her favor. Callan said that this was not surprising. as all commanders were like that. However, Gela said that it was not that simple. Despite his behavior, he was always polite to the young lady. Callan said that there was nothing strange about the commander's respect for the young lady. Although the commander couldn't talk to her, there was a certain tenderness in his gaze. Afterwards, Gela said not to pay attention to it. And anyway, it's great if they get along well. And anyway, Gela thought that she had crossed all boundaries. Callan had never personally seen the commander interact with the young lady. However, he knew that the commander always strictly followed etiquette. His tone may be cold, but he was never rude. Gela thought that Eric was not hiding anything. Eric is one of those people who values trust above all else. A little later, Eric was filling the bathtub with water. Misa approached him from behind. He asked Misa if she liked books. She said she didn't like children's books. Eric didn't understand what she meant. Misa said she didn't like books that weren't for adults. Eric decided it would be better for her to read books that would help her with her speech. He would ask Gela to bring novels next time. They contain a lot of dialogue. Misa shyly quoted someone's words about her lack of basic manners, which made it impossible to talk to her. Eric got the hint and said he would bring books about manners. Then he invited Misa to take a bath. But suddenly, Misa turned away. Eric asked what was wrong. Misa replied that she was embarrassed. Eric's face made her feel uncomfortable. Eric asked why his face made her feel uncomfortable. Masa replied that Eric's face turned red when he washed her. She asked why he was embarrassed. Then she pointed to the door and told him to leave, saying she would take the bath herself. But Eric couldn't leave her because Misa's hands were injured, so he offered to help her wash her hair and rinse off the paint. After thinking for a moment, Misa agreed. Eric said that Misa wasn't responding very well, and he suggested that she try to respond in simple words. After all, practice makes perfect. Misa was very embarrassed by the whole situation and told Eric to leave. He asked if she was sure she could handle it herself. She said everything was fine and told him to leave. However, Eric was also embarrassed by the whole situation. He told her to call him if she needed anything. When he left the bathroom, he heard a loud noise coming from the bathroom. It was Misa, who was enjoying her bath. However, Eric was mistaken. Misa came out of the bathroom dissatisfied and angry. As it turned out, she had not washed properly. Misa asked Gela to wash her tomorrow. Eric was touched by the sight of his wife, who had put her nightgown on backwards. He called Misa over and said he would wash her again. After finishing washing her, he asked how her morning had gone. Misa said that Gela was good. Eric was glad to hear that. He asked if she was comfortable staying here. Misa said she liked it. It turns out that Eric said in the kitchen that Misa liked meat. He asked why Misa used to be thin. To which Misa replied with a phrase she had heard in the palace, where the maids laughed and said, "Why bother feeding her?" Since she would spill more than she would eat, they just gave her greens. Eric learned that Misa used to have 5 maids, but now she only has 2. He was very angry with them for their disrespectful attitude towards her. Misa was surprised by this reaction. She grabbed Eric's hands in an attempt to stop him from making a mistake. She said it would be bad if Vermel found out. Vermel is the name of the king before his coronation. Misa looked very frightened. Eric noticed an improvement in Misa's speech. Over the past few days, she had become more fluent. Misa smiled happily, saying that she had always been a good speaker. She just hadn't practiced. It turned out that Misa wanted to practice at night, but when she woke up, Eric behaved like this. That's why she couldn't. Eric was embarrassed to learn the reason for her absence from practice. Eric said sheepishly that he was simply afraid she would leave the room. He moved closer and said that she was free to practice. Then he looked at her lovingly and kissed her on the forehead. Misa awkwardly touched her forehead. Misa asked many questions. Some of them were obvious to everyone, and some were difficult. She lay on Eric's lap and asked how other ordinary girls her age lived and what others thought. Every day as Misa talked, her speech became surprisingly natural. At the table, Misa asked why some people die from a small cut, while others survive when their arm is cut off. At night, lying in bed, Misa said she already knew those words. She always said them in her mind. She said that since she had answered, he should kiss her quickly. Afterwards, he said he wanted her to correct her unforced manner of speech. Misa asked why, to which he replied that they were husband and wife and needed to speak politely to each other. Misa said that she was of royal blood, while he was just the son of a margrave. Eric laughed and said that he was the one who needed to be polite. Then he said that since they were married, she was now a regular aristocrat too. Eric also began to tease her more often. He said it was called a morganatic marriage. Misa's focused gaze as she listened intently to him was charming. He kissed her hand and asked if Misa was disappointed, but she said no, she wasn't disappointed. She smiled and said that she liked it there. So even if she became an ordinary aristocrat, it would be fine. Eric was very happy to hear this. Misa said she was glad to save Eric because he was kind. Eric didn't understand what she meant. She said she saved him from being accused of treason. Eric lay there admiring his wife. She was so charming and beautiful. He loved everything about her, her jubilant face, her flushed cheeks, and even her chattering lips. Eric was grateful to fate for marrying her. He would live with gratitude. Misa told Eric that she was happy to be married. He was embarrassed. But what made Eric's heart beat faster than anything else was her expression, which changed every minute. Their hands were gently but passionately intertwined. Misa was so beautiful that Eric couldn't take his eyes off her. Moving closer to her, he asked her to close her eyes. And then their lips almost touched in a passionate kiss. Their lips were almost touching in a passionate kiss. However, Eric said she needed to close her eyes and do it as quickly as possible. Misa was embarrassed by what was happening. Eric touched her lips and said that her lips were tense. He moved closer and told her to relax. He leaned closer, and their lips met in a hungry, hot kiss. Their hands clasped tightly. They embraced passionately. Misa was surprised why Eric stuck his tongue in her mouth when there was nothing to eat there. Eric was already aroused. Misa felt awkward about their unusual kiss. Seeing her face, Eric couldn't help but laugh. Then he began to kiss Misa tenderly. Misa asked if it didn't seem strange. Then they kissed again. Eric moved down and began kissing her neck. Misa was very embarrassed by this and asked him to stop, saying that it was wrong. She asked if he even knew how to do it and if he had done it before. Misa said that he was doing it for the first time and was doing everything wrong. She said that the upper body should not be touched at all. She had learned this from a priest, so she knew it well. Eric kissed her hand and said he did it to make the process less painful for her. Misa began to tell him that he had learned everything wrong. Eric said that they would achieve nothing if she continued to insist, and he only knew one way to do it. So he asked her not to be stubborn. Misa was embarrassed by the new sensations and feelings. She said it was all to save Eric. Eric was touched by her devotion, so he would stay here a little longer. After all, he didn't want to hurt his lovely wife. But Misa felt awkward and pushed Eric away, saying that he was doing meaningless things. Eric said that it was all for her. Misa asked him not to do this and to just hurry up. Eric said it would be better if she kept quiet. The next morning, 2 maids entered the room to check the princess's virginity. Looking at the princess, they did not understand whether they had a wedding night or not. As a result, this man spent the whole evening kissing her body senselessly. The maids began to talk about the appearance of a mistress. Misa smiled foolishly, pretending not to understand anything. But she herself thought that she would never have thought that Eric knew absolutely nothing about sex. They called the Dr. Gela her mistress. Gela said that fortunately there were spare clothes available today. She was worried because the clothes Misa had changed into yesterday were not yet dry. Looking at the princess, she noticed strange marks on her body. She was frightened and asked when they had appeared. Looking closely, she realized that they were hickey marks. At that moment, in Eric's office, Adele said that it would not be easy for them to find replacements for the royal servants. Adele stopped further investigation to avoid suspicion. Eric was surprised because he thought there was something more behind it. Eric thought that she did not have any special abilities. Judging by what Adele learned, Malika had very bad habits. She even tried to steal valuables from the palace, but she was only able to keep her position by bribing the head maid. Despite this, they did not dismiss her. Judging by Madame Malika's case, the Viscountess continues to skillfully provoke her by giving her gifts. The head maid's love of luxury predictably simplified the matter. Adele showed a list of jewelry that the head maid had received from the Viscountess. Eric praised her for her work. However, Adele wanted to say something. She clutched her skirt and spoke up. However, Eric told her to stop. During the day, Misa was walking in the garden with Gela. Suddenly, Gela said that the commander was a terrible person. How could he do that to someone who was acting like a child? She told the young lady to scratch and bite him if she didn't like him. Misa felt uncomfortable with Gela treating her like a child. Gela felt very sorry for Misa. Then she began to talk about her younger brother, whom she considered the most pitiful person in the world. But now she wasn't sure. There was a girl named Thule in her family. In fact, Gela had 7 brothers and sisters, 9 children in total. And people like her usually have a lot of children. Once a plague swept through their village, and Thule barely survived. Although she survived, the disease left its mark, and she became like Misa. At that time, Gela's father was a blacksmith's assistant. How could someone like him raise a sick child when he couldn't even provide for himself? One day, her father took Thule and left. When he returned, he was alone. Later, Gela learned that he had taken her to a place from which she could not return. She was still very sad, but she couldn't tell anyone about it. People often dismissed her pain, as this is common practice in many families. Misa concluded that killing family members was normal. Gela thanked her for listening, even though she usually only told horses or dogs about it. Misa was pleased with the comparison, because she was usually compared to a rat or a monkey. Gela looked sadly at Misa. Then she said that when she first saw her, she was sure that she was. However, Gela did not have time to finish. Suddenly, Eric's voice was heard calling his wife. Why did he come just now, when Gela was about to say something important? This question tormented Misa. Eric praised Gela and told her to go. He asked Misa if she had enjoyed herself. When he uncovered her face, he saw the angry expression on his wife's face. She said that Eric no longer needed to come and pick her up. Eric asked what she meant by that. Eric asked her if she didn't like him coming to see her. She said that wasn't the problem. Misa quoted a strange phrase where someone apologized for distracting her when she was so busy. It turned out that people were mostly silent when she was with Eric. But when she was with Gela, everyone around her talked a lot, and it was quite fun. Eric understood and was a little upset by what he heard. He said he wouldn't take her away if she was having so much fun with Gela. Misa noticed his unhappy face, but she didn't understand what he was so unhappy about. Eric asked her about clothes, if she wanted to wear something more appropriate. Of course, she was often changed, but the clothes didn't really suit her. Eric wondered if there was a reason why she was dressed in such poor quality clothes. He wanted her to wear clothes made of decent fabric. Their initial plan was that, upon seeing the contemptuous attitude towards her, the Chladni family would cease to view her as a threat and reveal their true colors. However, Misa did not tell him about this. She told Eric that she still needed to act crazy. She said that tomorrow she would be digging a hole under the tree again, and she did not want to ruin her clothes. Misa understood that she needed to be careful with her words and actions. She didn't want to provoke her brother unnecessarily. Eric understood her, so he said he would find a softer fabric and asked her to dig with something other than her hands. Misa was surprised. Eric always understood her actions. Eric noticed that Misa was a little sunburned, but he was glad she looked healthy. Eric said that when they first met, he was worried because she looked so pale and fragile. But now she looked energetic. On days like this, Misa liked to sit outside and enjoy the smell of the grass. Misa hoped that her brother would not destroy this peaceful life. Suddenly, the gardener appeared behind her. Surprised, Misa began digging the ground with a stick. The gardener watches over the trees so that no one disturbs the birds when they begin to nest. He told them not to worry. He would warn them of their arrival. Eric praised the gardener, and he left. Misa asked if Eric knew this man well. Every time she digs, he grimaces. It seems he doesn't like her digging in the ground. Eric said that no gardener would like someone digging holes in the garden. Eric always takes great care of Misa. He tries to answer all her questions patiently and attentively. However, if this gardener says anything to her, Eric will certainly punish him. Glancing at Eric for a moment and remembering all his actions, Misa realized that he was like a prince from a fairy tale. He is merciful, fair, and wise. He suggested that Misa go home because it was getting hot. That same night, Misa and Eric sat on the bed from which moans could be heard. Eric kissed her passionately, asking what else she liked about what he was doing to her. Eric was doing those strange and useless things again, in Misa's opinion. She thought he should just get down to business without all the foreplay. She replied that she liked it when he held her close and carried her in his arms. Eric asked why, while Misa wondered why he didn't care about his own life. Not getting an answer, Eric pushed Misa away. He told her he would wait for her answer, so she shouldn't rush. Misa understood that if she didn't answer now, he wouldn't touch her. Consequently, he wouldn't take her virginity. After thinking for a moment, she replied that when she walks for a long time, her legs cramp up, so she likes it when he carries her in his arms. Misa did not understand why he would not simply do with her what all husbands do on their first night. What was he thinking about when his life was at stake? Or was he influenced by the fact that he had a mistress? Misa approached him and asked if they were lovers. After all, she had a special relationship with Eric. Eric said that they were spouses, not just lovers. Then she asked excitedly if they were married. Could another woman become his mistress? Eric was surprised by the question. He said that this happens with married people. However, he was not one of them. Therefore, he would not have another woman. And he hoped that Misa would not have anyone else but him either. Eric simply could not accept such a thing. And it was not just a matter of breaking vows. Suddenly, Eric pulled Misa close and hugged her tightly. He said he was interested in something else. Does Misa have a government accent from Gela? Embarrassed, she said it sounded like hers. What sounds strange? Eric smiled and said she spoke very sweetly. Misa thought that sexual intercourse lasted only a few minutes. She never even considered that it could be any different. And yet Eric's useless actions caused Misa inexplicable emotions that confused her. The next day, Misa was put in a bib. It was sewn by those lovely maids from the workshop. Everyone was delighted. It suited her very well. At that moment, Adele was standing behind them in the room. Adele arrived at the young gentleman's house a little early. She did not believe that devotion to family was a manifestation of blind and unconditional loyalty. She told Eric that he had chosen the wrong path. Eric asked her to speak plainly. He didn't want her to beat around the bush. Feeling a little nervous, she gathered her courage and said that it was time for him to find a mistress and stop paying so much attention to the princess. Eric reacted coldly to her words, asking if loyalty meant sleeping with another woman. Callan was standing by the door in the room. He had heard everything and felt uncomfortable. Adele said that he had handed over command of the knights to Amberic so that he could spend all his time with Misa. She didn't understand how it was possible to share responsibilities with someone who couldn't even speak. Adele noticed that Eric was only busy replacing the maids from the imperial palace. What could two women who did nothing all day talk about? No one was educating the princess. For example, yesterday she dug up the seedlings in the garden again. Adele continued to complain about her, saying that Eric had spoiled her. And while the head of the household was chasing after a girl from the bar, the young master should have devoted all his attention to his work. Eric rose from the table, calm and cold. He said that she herself had told him about the past of the palace servants. Then, turning to Callan, he asked if he had really neglected his duties while spending time with his wife, to which Callan replied, "No, Commander." And he began to list the problems he had solved. He had recently solved the food problem by giving the ore he had received as a reward to the Marquis of Hedava. In gratitude, he provided food supplies for several years ahead. There is practically no ore in the Marquis' territory. His lands are located on a plain, which is why agriculture is well developed. In addition to the Halric iron mine, there are 2 more mines near the House of Chladni. But now the smithies lack people to repair weapons. Since Amberic began training knights, his authority has greatly diminished, so much so that the knights now believe that Eric is more suited to be the head of the family. Eric asked if there was anything else that concerned Adele. He said she should not be afraid to speak. Adele said she understood him, that he had been watching over everything all this time. She apologized, saying she had crossed the line. She knew that Eric had always been a rational person who knew how to prioritize. However, the day was approaching when the question of succession would be raised. And Eric was skipping training and spending his days with this woman, and all because of this woman who clouded his mind. And judging by the picture she now sees, not only his. Adele struggled to put on a fake smile when asked if the young lady was charming. Even Mrs. Chladni was charmed by her. When something bad happens to the princess, the lady loses her mind, as if she sees her daughter Rosie in her. Adele's train of thought was interrupted by the girl's loud laughter. She didn't know what to do, because the young master and mistress were spellbound by her. In the evening, at dinner, Eric and Misa made a mess of the table together. Suddenly, Misa announced that she wanted to go outside. It turned out that she wanted to see the bustling street she had read about in a book Gela had read. Eric asked if she wanted to visit the city. Misa said she had heard about merchants selling their wares in rows right on the street. Eric thought about it, but Misa began to beg him, saying she really wanted to see it. Seeing her sweet face, he couldn't refuse her. The next day, the servants prepared the carriages. Mrs. Chladni was also there, worried that Misa might be frightened when she woke up. However, Eric reassured her, saying that he would be there the whole time. The lady asked to take Gela with them, as it would be easier for them to deal with Misa together. However, Eric said he could handle it himself. Despite Eric's words, Mrs. Chladni insisted on her proposal, and Eric agreed. He called Gela to join them in the carriage. Upon arriving in the city, Eric ordered the carriage to stop. Gela got out, and Eric told her to wait for them there. Eric and his wife would be gone for a short while and would return by 3 o'clock. Gela was glad for the break, but judging by her face, she was clearly angry about something. Eric asked if she wanted to say something, but she said no. After saying goodbye, the carriage set off. Gela was worried about the young lady, hoping that she would be all right. Eric closed the curtains and whispered to Misa that she could get up now. Opening the window slightly, Misa enjoyed the view of the city, while Eric enjoyed the sight of his happy wife. Misa was delighted to see what she had read about in books. Eric showed her the bustling street. Misa said that there really were a lot of people here, just as Gela had said. Then Eric pointed to the white building on the hill, where their wedding ceremony had taken place. Misa said she couldn't remember because of the sedative she had taken that day. Eric was upset. He realized that she had never left the house in her right mind. Then he picked Misa up and sat her on his lap. For him, it was all routine. But for her, everything seemed amazing. He was curious about how she saw the world. Misa asked Eric about everything she saw along the way, and he answered everything lovingly. Eric was curious about something, but he decided not to bother her now. He hoped that today would remain a good memory for her. Suddenly, something caught Misa's interest. She asked what it was, pointing to the cart. Eric said it was a cart. Sometimes people sell goods directly from it, but usually they are not of the best quality. However, Misa suggested that even if the quality is poor, it does not negate the usefulness of the goods. Eric began to explain that the people who were supposed to hunt and farm had been away for 12 years because of the war, and now they had returned. Therefore, food had to be quickly obtained for 17,000 people. That night, Misa underwent a serious change as she sat on her knees looking through documents. Many thoughts were running through her head. However, Eric found the situation a little strange. The girl, who asked a lot of questions because she didn't know the basics, managed to read quite complex documents. It was as if she met the standards of the royal court. Perhaps she did not quite understand the food problem, so Eric decided to explain it in political terms. Eric could not understand whether Misa was surprised because she understood, or on the contrary, did not understand a word. Eric then explained that his parents did not like luxury, so the estate was rather modestly furnished. But now there were 3 iron mines on their land. Trade had resumed through the northern ports, and fox fur, which was hunted on the borders, was bringing in huge profits. Looking up at Misa, he saw his wife's puzzled face. Stopping, Eric realized that he was talking too much. It was as if he was trying to impress his beloved by boasting about his wealth. Misa said no, nothing like that. She just thought that because of the food shortage, she would have nothing to eat, so she left a little food. After all, if she had known, she would have just eaten everything. Eric got out of the carriage, ordering the footman not to leave the carriage or open the doors. The beautiful Misa lay in the carriage, pretending to be a mad princess. A couple of minutes before the stop, Eric told Misa that he was going out to buy her some desserts and asked her to stay in the carriage. Misa realized that he was not poor. How could she have thought such a thing? She used to live with her mother in a small palace in Celia. But one day, a man came and took her to the palace. Everyone there looked down on Misa. Although everyone treated her like an animal, part of Misa was proud to be part of the royal family. Besides, she had nothing else. It is surprising that Misa found the normal life she had dreamed of only after ceasing to belong to the royal family. Misa quietly opened the curtain to look outside. Suddenly, people shouted that the Hladny family's carriage was standing there. Frightened, Misa closed the curtains. People on the street were discussing Eric. Everyone admired his beauty and height. Misa became curious about who they were whispering about, wondering if it was Eric. There were rumors that young Mr. Eric was different from other members of the Hladny family, who were famous for their outstanding appearance. Misa didn't understand why they said that about him. Did they think he was ugly? As it turned out, the girls meant that he was an incomparably handsome man. Misa heard this word for the first time and paused for a moment to think. She was surprised that they were so fond of this man. Suddenly, she heard one girl telling another about Eric's exploits in the war, and how if it weren't for him, the war would have been lost. In the eyes of the people, Eric was a brave hero, thanks to whom they could live in peace. Now Misa understood why the people praised this man so much. Apparently, this is what they call excitement. Everyone was excited, waiting to see him. Suddenly, people around her began whispering about his wife. They warned her to be quiet, otherwise they would cut off their heads. On the wedding day, security was so tight that it was almost impossible to catch a glimpse of them. One of the girls said that it was crazy for someone like him to marry someone as sick as her. Eric had already returned, rushing to his wife. The people around him were happy to see him in person for once. And in this jubilant crowd, the gloomy expressions on the faces of 2 people were noticeable. However, Misa was already used to this state of affairs. First, it was Amberic, then the maids and servants. Except for Eric, everyone else looked at her that way. Misa was upset, and doubts and worries reappeared in her mind. Eric opened the door and entered, carrying a huge box filled with sweets. There was not a trace of concern on his face. Well, that's not surprising, because he was used to always being welcomed. Eric had chosen a lot of things, which is why the box was so big. He began to open the box. Eric really wanted Misa to try everything. Misa didn't want to admit it, but for her, this marriage was a happy one, while for him, it had become a tragedy. Misa felt sorry for Eric and regretted that things had turned out this way. And yet she feels sorry that she ruined this man's life. But what about herself? She has been abandoned and unwanted her whole life. That's why she should be pitied, not him. Eric opened the box of sweets and said that in the South, they eat them with salted cream on top. Upon learning that it was Halit tart, Misa refused to eat it. She asked him to put them back in the box. Misa did not understand the reason for his kindness towards her. After all, she makes his life miserable and ignores his sincerity. Misa was sure that he was angry. However, instead, Eric asked what had happened to her while he was away. He repeated his question and looked piercingly into her eyes. Misa nervously said that she just didn't like him picking on her. Eric turned her face toward him and said he didn't care whether she threw away the desserts or not. But his wife's behavior now was very different from what it had been before. Misa didn't understand why he was saying that. He was gentle and strict at the same time. He said he had been watching her for a long time, and he knows that she is a more intelligent person than anyone thinks. He said that Misa never did anything without reason, that there was always an explanation for her actions. Usually people just yelled at Misa or ignored her. Eric kept saying that if she was acting like that, there must be a reason for it. Misa did not respond to Eric's words. She seemed to be in another world. Suddenly, she lost consciousness. Eric sat holding his wife tightly. Misa pretended to have lost consciousness. Realizing what she had done, she felt ashamed. Although they kept each other on a tight leash, Eric was the only one who knew her secret. In this situation, she should have sought his support. But Misa thought she had behaved like a child. She thought she had simply become accustomed to being treated well. However, in her position, she could not waste time on meaningless emotions and pride. She blamed herself, calling herself stupid. After all, she needed to behave well around this man. She thought that when they got home, she would smile at everything he said. However, Misa forgot herself and unconsciously looked at Eric. Eric was surprised because she had recently lost consciousness. Realizing her mistake, she lowered her head sharply. His expression seemed angry to her, but usually Eric always looked at Misa gently so that she wouldn't do anything wrong. Gela suddenly appears. She was surprised to see them sitting in the dark. Upon entering, she thought they were children of darkness. Otherwise, why would they be sitting in the dark? Unable to resist, she asked what was going on and why all the curtains were closed. At the same time, something caught Eric's attention. People appeared on the street, running away across the roof. Eric found this strange. In the evening, the carriage arrived at the Hladny estate. At that moment, someone was leaving. It was the head of the Hladny family. He noticed his son and his fiancée. His father was leaving the estate again to have fun with his mistress. Suddenly, Eric said he would go first. Eric remembered a conversation with Adele, where she talked about loyalty to the family. He didn't understand why he remembered this now. Going outside, he approached to say hello. However, the head of the Hladny family didn't even say goodbye, rushing off to his prostitute. At times, Eric caught himself thinking that the burden of being the heir was weighing on him. After all decisions concerning the family must be justified and rational. But did his father feel the same way? Adele was right. Sooner or later, the rotten part would have to be cut away. His train of thought was interrupted by Gela calling him. She said that there was a box of desserts left in the carriage. Should she take care of it? Eric said that she could keep them for herself, as his wife didn't like them. Eric asked Gela if she knew how to use daggers. She really wanted to say no, but looking at the commander, she realized it was better not to lie to him. At her answer, Eric silently turned and left, taking Misa with him, leaving Gela puzzled. What was that question about? Someone was watching Gela closely from the estate. It was those mischievous palace maids. They were surprised by Eric's taste, because looking at them, one would never think that there was anything between them. Otherwise, why would he appear with her in public? And on top of that, he gave her a gift. After thinking for a moment, the maid said that even if they weren't sleeping together, that could change at any moment. Upon entering the house, Eric laid Misa on the bed. She was still pretending to be asleep. Just as Eric was about to touch Misa, She opened her eyes in fear and stared at him. Eric apologized. It seemed that this time she had really fallen asleep. He told her not to worry, to let him sleep a little longer, and that he would go and ask them to prepare dinner. Suddenly, Misa grabbed his hand and asked if he was angry with her. Misa was embarrassed, but she knew he liked listening to her stories. She began to explain that her mother was from the south of Galietta, which was why she reacted so strongly to sweets. Eric apologized and said he was sorry. Her mother was the third wife and the last of the now deceased. Eric tried to find out, but each time the information was different. Unlike the king's other wives, she was from a simple family. Unfortunately, the king died shortly after her birth, so no one cared about Miesa. Then Miesa and her mother were settled in the palace of Celia, where Miesa lived like a rat. Upon reaching adulthood, Vermel began killing all of his relatives on his mother's side. Rivers of blood flowed. Therefore, there was no information about the last queen. Miesa did not like anything that reminded her of the past. Eric said that he had done something foolish back then. He asked her to tell him a little bit about herself, what she liked and what she disliked. This would be beneficial for both of them, as it would help Eric avoid mistakes in the future. Miesa agreed and said she was grateful to him. It's always better to be honest. However, Eric asked why she thought he might be angry with her. Miesa was upset. She said that she had behaved badly and that he had every right to be angry. Eric replied that she shouldn't think that way anymore. Then Miesa pretended to fall asleep. But Eric realized that this time she was pretending, so he pinched her nose. However, he continues to be bothered by Miesa's habit of avoiding everything. From his observations, it seems to him that she is pretending not to notice the memories hidden deep inside her. Perhaps she is not even aware of them. In that case, what happened in the carriage may only be the beginning. Eric, who grew up on the battlefield, has seen countless dead and survivors. Even well-trained adults often went crazy in an instant. And Miesa's behavior had been so restrained and appropriate, and at times even shameless. So Eric didn't pay any attention to it. But perhaps her restrained emotions might one day burst forth. Several days had passed since that day. Miesa said that the pork tenderloin was very delicious and she would like to eat it again. Eric said he would let the kitchen know. When he opened his eyes, he saw Miesa's beautiful face. He kissed her on the forehead. In recent days, they had been talking about trivial and unimportant things. Miesa said that the sunlight was too strong today, so she couldn't play outside for long. Miesa doesn't like that she can't stay in the garden for long because of the heat. Eric kissed Miesa again. He didn't know how to calm his restless heart. Miesa was excited, and one kiss wasn't enough for her. She asked, "Is that all?" He said he didn't know. For Eric, this was his first attachment to a woman, and it confused him greatly. Eric understood that even if she broke things and behaved aggressively, it was his duty to protect and care for her. The real problem was the unfamiliar emotion that he couldn't control. Something was holding Eric back because he didn't know where it would lead. Miesa was very nervous, and she stammered that she didn't know what to say in such a situation with strangers. After all, Eric was the only one she talked to. Suddenly, Eric covered his face with his hand and said, "I understand." And what was he worried about? Leaving a person who stuttered because he was very nervous. He suggested they talk about her last walk. Eric said he didn't ask any questions because she didn't want to talk about it. He said he thought about what she had been through. She was probably struggling with confusing and complicated emotions herself. However, she couldn't hide her emotions from him, and that was a good sign. Eric was sure that she hid them perfectly well from others. Miesa asked why he was so kind to her. Eric was surprised by the question. Embarrassed, he said that she was now a member of his family. Now they were a family, so she could always rely on him. With him, she could be herself and show her different feelings and emotions. Eric had only 2 requests. The first was to be loyal to him, because it was very important to him. And the second was to remember that they were on the same side. Misa said she understood his requests and called them obvious. She understood that they were holding each other on a leash. Eric just smiled in response. Eric said that their meanings were probably different, but he hoped that someday they would become the same. Then he gently hugged and kissed Misa. Then Eric said that she must be tired, so she should go to sleep. They fell asleep in each other's warm embrace. Misa considered him a good person because he was very kind to her. So maybe he is like that inside too. The next day, Misa and Eric set off on their journey. Mrs. Chladni wished them luck in seeing the sights. Adele, standing aside, was dissatisfied with something. Seeing them off, Adele asked if everything would be all right. How could she keep such a young girl close to her? Mrs. Chladni did not understand what she was talking about. Adele suggested that a lady from a respectable family be hired as a maid for the young lady. Lady Taliesa asked why she thought so, even despite their relationship with each other. Without waiting for an answer, the lady hinted that she should mind her own business. And then she said that Misa had started to look beautiful and sweet after gaining a little weight. Lady Taliesa asked the servants to find out what Misa liked to eat in the kitchen and prepare a delicious dinner for her. Adele was disappointed. Everyone around her seemed to be spellbound by this girl. At night, Eric was once again sorting through papers at his desk. The report said that the maid Malika had been seen at the pawn shop today. She sat quietly for a while. But what was she up to now? Plus, there was no news from Crispin. Suddenly, something caught Eric's attention. It was Misa, who had woken up. She stood there looking sexy in her see-through nightgown. Eric asked her what was wrong. Or maybe she just couldn't sleep. He asked her if she wanted to sit on his lap like she used to. However, Misa refused, saying she would talk from where she was. She said she had thought about it and decided she no longer hated Eric. Eric was shocked by what he heard. He asked if she really hated him. Misa said she didn't anymore. Eric got up from the table and slammed his fist on it. He walked over to her and asked if that was all she wanted to say. Then Misa stammered and asked if he was angry with her. Eric, surprised by the question, said no. He gently took her hand and asked her why she hated him. He suggested that she disliked his touch. Misa excitedly said no. Eric tensed up a little and asked if he should be concerned about her hesitant response. Misa said that she wasn't upset. She just thought they were unnecessary. He understood and said that maybe she was right about something. But Eric was glad that she wasn't disgusted or upset anymore. He thanked her for telling him right away and sharing her feelings. Misa was embarrassed and said she hadn't done anything wrong. Eric was amused by her reaction. Misa asked what Eric was doing there. He said he needed to check something. Seeing her curiosity, Eric offered to let her look at the documents if she was interested. Misa was curious, but Eric asked her not to tear the documents on the left. Misa agreed and said that it was no longer necessary. Misa read the documents carefully. At that moment, Eric was standing opposite her. It was the first time he had seen her read, and she was reading very quickly. He suggested that perhaps she was more accustomed to reading than speaking. Suddenly, she asked him if he had put Malika under surveillance. He agreed, but he thought she frowned. Misa asked why it said anything about the Salakha's family here. Hadn't their family disappeared? Eric said that according to rumors, the last head of the family had an illegitimate child who had survived, and they say that he will inherit everything that belonged to his family. After thinking for a moment, Misa said that she had finished reading. Eric was surprised at how fast she read. Misa asked if she could look at the documents again if she wanted to. Eric said she could. She asked if he had anything else to do, and he said he did. Misa then said that she would sit on his lap. He agreed, but warned her that there was nothing interesting there. Sitting comfortably on his lap, Misa asked if people only kiss in bed. Thinking about it now, Misa said that she felt like she didn't just hate him anymore. She suggested that she even liked him. Then she suggested they make love. However, Eric pushed her away. Eric asked her what it was this time. He grabbed her waist and bent her over. He said that her acting skills were very poor. And then he told her to tell the truth. What is she thinking? Acting like that? But Misa said shyly that she was telling the truth. She was just trying to get the promised reward. Eric said she really deserved the reward. Then Eric kissed her passionately on the lips. Miesa gently wrapped her arms around his neck. She liked what was happening between them right now. Miesa stood up and pressed herself against Eric. He asked her if that was the only reason. Miesa replied that it was also to save him. She reminded him that if he continued to be so cautious, the king would surely kill him. Eric reassured her, saying that this would not happen. After all, the king had let them go last time. Misa was surprised and asked why he thought so. Eric replied that the king would not punish them under the same pretext, because if he did, he would have to admit that his previous decision had been wrong. Misa could not believe her ears, which was why Eric had been so calm all this time. She had been genuinely worried about him. Eric asked if they could now end this conversation. Miesa asked him to wait. What was important now was that the king would still find a reason to get rid of him. Therefore, while Eric was still alive, Misa had to do something. The chances that her next husband would be as kind to her as Hladny were very slim, so she needed to confirm this marriage in order to live out the rest of her life peacefully in the palace of Celia. Eric stopped Misa and asked her why she was behaving this way. Misa didn't understand why he was angry with her. After all, he constantly found excuses not to touch her body. She asked if he needed a reason. Misa told him to answer her honestly. Did he dislike her body? If so, why didn't he just close his eyes? Was he really so disgusted that he couldn't do it? Misa promised she would just smile sweetly at him. So why did unnecessary emotions keep surfacing? Eric said she was talking nonsense. He ran his hand over her waist and stopped at the bow near her chest. And then he tore it off and said how he couldn't stand her body. Misa lay on the bed and quoted the maid saying that her body would not satisfy him because it had many scars. And besides, her body was skinny and ugly. Eric stood over her with his robe open. Then, with one movement, he took it off. Misa remembered the rumors about how handsome he was, and since there were so many rumors about it, it meant that appearance mattered. He lay down next to Misa, making her cheeks flush. Eric said that he also had many scars, as she could see for herself. She touched his chest and asked who had done this. Eric replied that it was left by Captain Shidata, and this one is from an axe wound a few years ago. Without clothes, Eric's body looks bigger, and that scared Misa a little. Then he asked if she didn't like his body now either. Misa said shyly that she did. He said she was lying because she had just looked away. But Eric said it didn't matter anymore. Eric leaned closer, his kisses becoming deeper and more insistent. Misa's body responded to his touch. She felt an unusual excitement and an inner heat, and her lips made sounds she didn't recognize. And yet, she didn't dislike his kisses. On the contrary, she liked them. She felt no animosity toward him. Right now, she felt like she was in paradise. Eric warned her that it might hurt a little, and then Eric kissed her passionately. His hand slid down her thigh, making Misa feel even more embarrassed than before. Eric didn't expect such a response from her. He said that she liked it much more than she was willing to admit. Eric moved lower and began to kiss her. He had planned to just prepare her today. But now, whatever Eric did, Misa shouldn't be too scared. And don't tell him to stop. Misa said she understood him. However, what is Eric doing? Shortly after that, Misa regretted her words. But even that night, he didn't cross the line. However, Misa felt more excited than usual, and down there, everything ached and throbbed. The next day, 2 men were standing in Eric's office. As it turned out, they were night spies who had been ordered to watch the maid Malika. The knight told Eric that he couldn't see what she was hiding in her pocket because it was too small. Then the second knight made sure that Malika returned to the estate alone, and then he joined the first knight at the pawn shop. They asked Eric if he had received the report sent through the butler. Towards sunset, a hired carriage pulled up to the pawn shop. An old woman got out and entered the pawn shop. It seemed that she had come to sell a brooch, but then she was sent away. Just in case, the knight followed her and found out where she lived. As it turned out, she lived in a small house on the outskirts. The address seemed familiar to Eric. Now it remained to find out what connected the palace maids, Crispin, the old woman, and his father's mistress. Eric entered the room and praised Gela for her good work. Misa turned away in embarrassment, while Gela stood up as if she wanted to say something. She asked shyly if he would like to take a walk with the young lady. Eric asked why she was asking. Gela replied that the palace maids had come earlier. They were surprised to see blood. It seemed they had finally become close. This was good news for the maids. Gela was worried about Misa's condition. Suddenly, one of the maids asked if Gela was going to accompany the young master and the princess on their walk today. Gela objected, saying that she was not a princess, but a young lady. However, Malika ignored her words and insisted on referring to Miesa as a princess in conversation. The maid said that the princess enjoyed the walks and that her complexion had improved significantly. Gela's face contorted with anger. Gela realizes that they are up to something, but why did they ask her about it? Eric said that it was obviously a trap. They were clearly planning something, but he just needed to find out what. Eric said that they needed to pretend that they had fallen into their trap, and then he handed Gela a dagger. Gela asked why she needed it, and Eric said that Callan would show her how to use it. He ordered her to get out of the carriage again and take a walk, then come back. Callan would follow her, and Gela should keep that in mind. Gela said she understood. Misa understood that something dangerous was afoot. In the bedroom, Eric discussed the plan with Misa, saying that he would be nearby and that the family's knights would also accompany them. Eric put a protective vest on Misa, saying it would make him feel better. After last night, Misa couldn't even look him in the eye because she was so embarrassed. Misa asked if it would protect her from a dagger, an axe, or a whip. Eric asked why she was saying such scary things. As he tied the vest, he said it would protect her from a dagger and a whip if it didn't have spikes, but an axe was dangerous. Misa felt a little sad. Meanwhile, Eric finished tying it. He asked if she was comfortable in it, and Misa replied that everything was fine. Misa told Eric that she had to wear it, pointing to the bib. She asked him to put it on her like a necklace and then tie the ribbon at the back. Eric had seen her wearing it once and wondered if she liked jewelry. Looking at Misa, he saw that she was embarrassed and so elegant. Eric remembered their last night together and felt embarrassed too. He said he wasn't very good at tying ribbons, but he would try to do his best. Eric hoped that all these precautions would not be necessary. Misa hoped so too. As Eric had hoped, nothing happened on the way. The road was quiet, just like in previous days. It seemed that today's walk would end without incident. But when they returned, they saw Gela wounded and covered in blood. She asked if she would receive a bonus for risking her life. Eric asked Gela what had happened. Gela replied that it was all because of Sir Callan Emans. Callan and his brother Valak hate it when people address them by their surname, because in the language of the Principality of Shadat, it sounds like a dirty word. Gela, of course, knew this very well. It started as usual. She looked at the local herbs and then went into a bookstore. Then she bought something to eat. Suddenly, someone pushed her hard. She told him to watch where he was going. After pushing her roughly, the pickpocket stole her wallet. Realizing she had been robbed, Gela immediately ran after the brazen thief. However, she was lured into a dark alley. It turned out that the guy was not alone. Although they were all weak and skinny, there were still many of them. Some of them had rotten teeth and smelled as if they had been dipped in sewage. Eric interrupted Gela, asking her not to go into such detail. In any case, Gela managed to overhear their conversation. It turned out that they didn't just want to beat her up. Gela slapped him hard, not letting him touch her. The bandits were surprised by her strength. It turns out they planned to kidnap her and take her away. One of them even tried to put a bag over her head. Therefore, Gela involuntarily decided to punish them by beating them. In fact, she could have found out who was behind it if she had allowed them to kidnap her. Eric said there was no need for that. After all, she could find out everything on the spot. Gela thought there were 4 of them. It was strange that no one attacked her from behind. But when she turned around, she saw Callan holding 2 of them. It turned out that he was just pushing them towards her one by one. Gela was amazed by what she saw. Suddenly, a thug attacked her from behind and wounded her arm. And while Gela was dealing with these guys, Sir Callan was muttering numbers. At first, she thought he was telling her how many she could handle, but the numbers kept decreasing until they reached 16. Eric explained that it meant she was as good as his brother was at 16. That was Callan's way of expressing his admiration. But how was Gela supposed to understand that? She was just furious. When they caught them all, he asked her why she needed a dagger if she was just going to fight. Gela replied that she needed the dagger for interrogation. She had 2 of them conscious, and she started with their fingernails. Eric stopped her, apparently because it was hard for Misa to hear such things. However, Misa smiled as if she was very interested in listening to this. Erica was surprised by this reaction. Why was his wife smiling in such a situation? Then he asked Gela to continue the story. After Gela punished them, they confessed that they were members of a thieves' guild. But according to Callan, they had been expelled from there as well. Eric suggested that someone had simply used them. Gela said that they didn't know who was behind it. They had just been promised money. As Gela found out, their task was to kidnap her and rape her for 3 to 4 months. And then, when she got pregnant, to deliver her to the Margrave's estate. Eric was surprised by her story, but he had his suspicions about who might be behind it. Gela said that it had been difficult for her. Her wrist still hurt, and she asked if she would get a raise. Eric said that this was not something that could be solved with money. Gela sighed, but she was glad she had gotten her revenge, so she had no regrets. Eric said that instead of money, he would buy the smithy she was saving up for. Gela was thrilled, as this would be a great help to her father. He said that at the beginning of next month she would have the title deed. Then Gela said that she was dirty and would rather go with Callan. And then she immediately ran out of the carriage, beaming with happiness. Once they were alone, Eric said that they had sunk to a surprisingly low level. Eric thought that they were planning to frame him by using Gela to cause a scandal. Miesa said that the palace maids considered Gela to be his mistress. Eric exhaled and asked if Misa was all right. All this talk of torture was terrible and probably reminded her of the past. Misa said that she saw blood for the first time as a child, and she was very frightened. She even had nightmares, but now she was used to it, so everything was fine. Eric asked if she saw blood often. She said she was more afraid of laughing, and later she even slept among the corpses. Then people finally thought that Miesa had gone mad. But about 2 years ago, the maids began to suspect that she was sane, because by that time, everyone who was supposed to die had died. So there was no longer any opportunity to sleep among the corpses. Miesa said she had done well, and all the people who had doubted her quickly shut their mouths. Eric was afraid to imagine what she had gone through as a child and what it had cost her to survive. He couldn't understand why she spoke so calmly about blood and death, but at the same time, she was so afraid of birds. And for some reason, she couldn't enter a church. Something was clearly wrong here. Eric asked if there was anything else his beloved wife was afraid of. It's okay if she didn't want to talk about it. He said she didn't have to force herself, and hugged her tightly. Misa said she didn't like talking about her childhood. She didn't want to remember it, even the happy moments. Eric asked if he could ask her why. Misa said it was a big secret, and now she was expecting a generous reward from him. She suggested they finish what they had started the night before. Even now, when Misa remembers her mother, she feels sad. Misa's mother scolded her for eating yet another piece of candy. Misa's childhood in the Celia Palace was full of happy moments, although it was not as beautiful as the Central Palace. But her mother was there, sometimes strict, but still loving. She often frightened Misa with stories of a goddess who came to disobedient children. However, even so, The moments with her mother were the happiest for little Misa. All the people in that place smiled warmly at her. Although it happened that the king's courtier came to her mother and whispered something in her ear, on such days her mood remained gloomy, which greatly disturbed Misa. That day she had a bad feeling. Everyone in the palace looked gloomy. On top of that, it was raining heavily. Could he somehow predict Misa's future? That day, it seemed to her that a goddess from a fairy tale had come to punish her. Thunder rumbled across the sky, its sound echoing throughout the palace. That day, Vermel invaded Celia's palace. That day, her mother told her that she must have done something wrong. Outside the window, she could hear incessant cries. She made a mistake and must be punished. However, Misa must survive no matter what. She told her to hide among the corpses or pretend to be crazy. Misa did not understand why she had to survive at all costs. Perhaps her mother thought that Vermeer would soon be overthrown. Over time, she came to consider her words irresponsible and selfish. After all, she was an 8-year-old child who did not know how to survive. In the end, she managed to save her life. She tried very hard to survive. Misa did not think she would survive that day because of her luck. On the contrary, she thought it was all punishment from the goddess for not listening to her mother. Since then, every day has been a torment for Misa. All these thoughts were in Misa's head during sex. Because of her mother's dying words, she firmly believed that she had to survive, either by hiding under corpses or pretending to be insane. During the first few months, when Misa fell asleep in the main hall, she was very scared. For a while, Misa was very depressed thinking about her mother, but after a while she could no longer cry. Her mother was a very kind and caring person. Misa's name was chosen by her mother, who begged His Majesty for several days and nights. Did her name have a special meaning? Moaning, she continued to remember the past. To pronounce her name, your lips must stretch into a smile. That is why her mother gave her this name, so that everyone would smile when they said it. Her mother told her that all the people around her would undoubtedly make her happy. Misa cried from the pain of her wedding night and from memories of her mother. Although Eric tried to be as gentle and careful as possible, his genitals were too large. But Misa was glad that they were having sex now. After all, now Eric would not be killed, and she would not be returned to the king. Someone in the past had mocked her, calling her a thing. They said it was better to be an animal than a human in her position. Grabbing Misa by the hair, this person dragged her away by force. In the palace, everyone treated her worse than an animal. Her maids insulted her in every way for not knowing how to eat and drink properly. Despite this treatment, she hated this man more than anyone else, King Murmalik, who had killed her mother and all her sisters and brothers. The next day, Eric and Misa lay in bed. Eric admired his wife's beauty. She was beautiful and shone like the sun. When he woke up, he continued to look at her silently, unable to take his eyes off her. The fact that she was sleeping soundly in his arms already gave him immense pleasure. In addition to last night's story, Eric wants to ask her many more questions. But for now, he just hopes that as she opens up to him, she won't get any new scars on her heart. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Eric had received an urgent letter from the Knights. At Eric's request, the Knights investigated the Crispin family and discovered the identity of the old woman. It turns out that the old woman is the mother of the deputy captain of the Crispin family Knights. Eric had heard of him before. He is ruthless and highly skilled, but he was never able to take the captain's place. For several generations, his family had done all the dirty work for the Crispin family. His father was executed for rape and abuse. However, there were rumors that this was a cover-up for the head of the family's misdeeds. Despite all this, he is still loyal to the Crispin family. The knight suggested that he may have given up revenge for the sake of his future. This old woman seems to be connected to the Thieves' Guild. Eric said that those who attacked Gela were from the Palsac Guild, and the old woman's brother is their leader. So the Crispins are somehow involved in this. But what's in it for them? Why did they actively promote the idea of a marriage between their families if they sent a woman to his father and then conspired with the palace maids and tried to kidnap Gela to discredit his honor? Do they need a place for their family heir, or is it the downfall of their family? No matter how much Eric thought about it, he couldn't understand the motives of the Crispin family. Eric called out to Callan and told him to report back later on their latest movements. Erica was also concerned about how easily they had obtained this information. It was as if it were all a trap to ensnare Eric. After all, they had been unable to uncover who was behind the woman from the tavern for so long. Something was clearly wrong here. There was no logic to their actions. Initially, Crispin agreed to the marriage for the sake of treason. But what if it was just a decoy? What if it wasn't Crispin's doing? Eric's train of thought was interrupted by a guy running towards him. He said that the young lady had woken up. Hearing this, Eric hurried to her. However, if someone decided to use the Crispin family in the same way as their family, then someone else must be behind it. Only one person comes to mind. The palace maids were standing in the bedroom and were surprised by what they saw. After examining Misa's genitals, they realized that they had finally slept together. They were pleased with Misa's new development. The maid Malika said that now she needed to be prepared. Misa did not understand what they were planning. Malika brought lots of cosmetics, beautiful clothes, and jewelry. After making sure the door was locked, they got down to business. Although they managed to get rid of Gela, the knights now won't let them pass. Malika told Diala to hold Misa tightly in case she started to struggle. Misa was curious to know what they were up to. The maid said that from now on, every morning would be like this for Misa, because she had finally managed to get her husband's attention. And now she mustn't lose it. Misa was confused by what was happening. Gela was heading to Misa's bedroom. Valak, Callan's younger brother, noticed that she was late today. Gela said that putting on the bandage with one hand was not as easy as she thought. He told her to hurry because the young lady had already woken up. Valak said she wasn't alone, but with two maids. When she entered the room, she didn't see the young lady, which alarmed her. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. Turning around, she looked toward the bathroom. At that moment, all the cosmetics in the bathroom were scattered on the floor. Picking up the lipstick, Malika grumbled that she had been looking for it for a long time and thought she would never find it. They had already dressed Misa and put makeup on her. Misa was acting out as usual, and in the past, she would have been slapped for such behavior. But this time, the maids were surprisingly kind and patient. She didn't understand why they were trying to put makeup on her. It was all too strange. What were they up to? Malika lost the brush she was supposed to use to apply lipstick to Misa. In a hurry, she decided to do without it. She said they didn't have time, so they needed to finish quickly. Misa was surprised that they were in such a hurry, but they didn't even beat her. Their behavior was very different from usual, and this made Misa very nervous. Suddenly, Gela's voice rang out from outside. She asked why the door was locked. Frightened, the palace maids decided to hurry up. Suddenly, Misa had a brilliant idea. Without wasting any time, she started screaming loudly, but her mouth was immediately covered. Gela realized that something had happened to her. She began banging on the door, asking what was going on inside. Because of her injury, she couldn't break down the door, so she decided to call Sir Valak for help. Diala, who was holding Misa, was very frightened. She suggested they try again another time. However, Malika had other ideas. She wanted to finish it here and now. She told her to take her hand away from her mouth. After all, they needed to finish this before anyone came in. Diala asked what would happen if she screamed. Malika said they had an excuse. They would say that Misa had tried to escape. Besides, the door was made of black wood and would not be easy to break down. After thinking for a moment, Diala opened Misa's mouth. Misa knew she couldn't escape, so she decided to stall for time by spitting in Malika's face. Wiping the saliva from her mouth, Malika was in no hurry to beat Miesa. However, something about Miesa seemed strange to her. Sitting closer and looking closely, Malika saw a conscious look in her eyes. Mesa was very frightened and lowered her head sharply. However, if she started avoiding her gaze now, the maid would definitely suspect something. Mesa was very scared and didn't know what to do. Then Mesa cast aside her fear and raised her head. However, the maid had already guessed everything. Meanwhile, Gela and the knight were unable to unlock the door. They had no choice but to go get the key. However, that would take too much time. Gela told Valak to wait there while she went to get the key. However, at that moment, Eric approached them from behind, curious about what was going on. Gela said that those damn maids had locked themselves inside with the young lady, and she and Valak couldn't open the door. Eric told them to step back and kick the door down with one blow. He made his charges stand with their mouths open. Eric was furious when he saw how badly his wife was being treated. Without hesitation, he ordered them to be seized. Malika asked them to wait before making a decision, as she had an explanation for what she had seen. Unable to contain herself, Gela grabbed her by the hair and asked how she dared to say such a thing. Gela pushed Malika face down on the floor and continued to punish her. Malika screamed that she had no right to treat her that way. Approaching his wife, Eric asked if she was hurt. Seeing Eric, Mesa felt relieved. In his arms, she felt good and calm, that familiar pleasant smell and the warmth of his body. She felt safe next to him. At that moment, Malika asked Eric to listen to her. However, Eric simply got up and walked away. Suddenly, the maid screamed that Mesa had been pretending all along, that she had deceived everyone, and that she had been of sound mind the whole time. Turning around, Eric ordered Gela to shut her up. Gela immediately obeyed his order. Hugging her gently, Eric said he would take care of everything, so she didn't need to worry. Mesa was shaking with fear. Eric was also a little nervous, but he was sure he could handle everything. Later, the knights and those who were there gathered near their room. Eric asked if Malika had definitely been holding the potion in her hands. The knight said yes, and it seemed she had been trying to apply makeup. Eric said that was strange, because when he went into the bathroom, he saw signs of a violent struggle. And if Mesa resisted, there must have been a reason. Gela said something was wrong and asked for 2 days to investigate. Eric said that 2 days was too long to wait. Couldn't she do it faster? Then Eric turned around and approached the palace maids. He dipped his finger into the lipstick jar and brought it to Malika's face. He asked what was in it. When she saw Malika's lipstick, she turned away and flinched, afraid to touch it. Judging by her reaction, there was something poisonous and dangerous mixed in. However, Eric was determined to test this cosmetic on her. He smeared it on Malika's mouth and ordered the knights to hold her so she wouldn't spit it out. Eric pressed lightly on her throat. After Malika swallowed a piece of lipstick, less than a minute later, foam began to come out of her mouth. Eric and the knight silently watched what was happening to Malika. The maid was horrified by the sight of Malika. Gela checked the maid's pupils and said she was dead. Eric was furious. Judging by what was happening, they were trying to slowly poison him through Miesa. After all, instant death from an accident would have looked too suspicious. Sooner or later, the Chladni would realize that Crispin was behind it, and that would sow discord between the families. But how far had the king thought this through? Does he plan to accuse them of neglecting the princess, or will he accuse Crispin of conspiracy? It doesn't matter, because the king wants to destroy both families. Eric turned to the second maid, named Diala, and asked her how it happened. She said nervously that she didn't know, but Eric could tell from her face that she was lying. Coming closer, Eric said that Malika had a lot of problems, didn't she? He heard that Malika had stolen jewelry from the palace to pay off her father's debts. She was caught, but she bribed the head maid to cover it up. So Eric wondered if she had done it again for money. Frightened by the young master, Diala immediately confessed that everything he said was true. Eric listened to her words in silence. According to Diala, the Crispin family was also involved. Then Eric ordered Callan to go to the palace and tell the king that there had been a conflict between the two families, that the Crispins, blinded by greed, had tried to harm the young lady Chladni. Eric said that from now on, this room would no longer be used, and that the servants should prepare a room on the third floor. Gela was ordered to examine the body and determine its components. The head of the Hladny family was not yet present. He was still busy with his mistress. Then Eric went to check on his wife and mother. Madame Hladny was furious at the Crispin family's audacity in going against them. First, she dropped her handkerchief. Then she said not to have children, all of which made Mrs. Hladny insanely angry. Eric said that it didn't matter now. Since the maid who had been sent from the palace had died, they needed a witness. Adele was tense from what she had heard because, in her opinion, it would lead to big trouble. She believed that this woman would ultimately cause the fall of the Hladny family. Eric said that someone from the palace would soon be sent to them to confirm Diala's testimony. Mrs. Hladny thought about it, because the king could take Diala away and falsify her testimony to get rid of them, and he wouldn't even listen to the witness. After thinking it over, Mrs. Hladny asked Adele who was least influenced by the king. Adele said she didn't know, but thought it was the head of the Salakez family. The head of the Salakez family was called Doit, the only survivor of his clan. Eric asked if it was the one who had recently inherited the title. Doit was an illegitimate child, so he knows little about the world and will not be able to stand up to the king. Therefore, everything will look plausible. After all, 2 of the 3 pillars of the kingdom are involved in this matter. Doit Salakez is the only survivor of the Salakez family. He was born from a relationship between the previous head of the family and a maid, and by a lucky coincidence, he escaped the king's sword. Upon reaching adulthood, he came to the palace to inherit the title. Eric thanked him for responding so quickly to his invitation. Doit said it was no trouble, since he had nothing else to do anyway. All he does is eat and attend receptions. Doit said that he was honored that the Hladny family had turned to him, and he continued drinking tea. Doit did this as ostentatiously as possible, as if trying to prove to everyone that he was an aristocrat. He asked why no one from the palace was there, since the princess had nearly been injured. Eric replied that this only concerned 2 pillars, so they had to be careful. Then Doit exclaimed that he understood. Now she was not a princess, but the young Mrs. Hladny. And then he said that it was all because of love. Eric coldly said that it was just a power struggle between families. Love had nothing to do with it. Eric said that he must have expressed himself incorrectly. But Doit replied that it was he who had misunderstood everything due to his lack of education. He said that this time he understood everything and smiled sheepishly. Eric said he was glad to hear that. Then the butler entered the room and said that a man had arrived from the palace. An agitated young man entered the room, asking about the young lady's condition. The man from the palace was very concerned about Misa's condition, asking Eric about what had happened. Eric thanked him for his concern, but his wife was fine. He understood that this guy was clearly asking this for some reason. Still, Eric thought he was too suspicious. Besides, he had a strange expression on his face. Eric said that given the seriousness of the situation, he had invited Duke Salakez. The man from the palace apologized for not greeting them immediately and introduced himself as Tilburig. He is the captain of the royal guard. Behind the door, they were guarded by the Knights of Hladny. Coming closer, they saw Malika's body. Doit said there was a lot of blood here. Looking at this, Tilburig became concerned about Misa again. He asked Eric where she was now. Eric said she was in the safe hands of his mother. Tilburig was surprised at Madame Hladny's warm attitude toward Misa. Seeing a familiar face, Diala shouted Captain Tilburig's name. He said he was surprised to see her in such a situation. Eric asked to introduce one person. It was Gela, a maid who was tasked with caring for the young lady. Tilburig asked what family she was from. However, Eric said that she was not of noble blood. However, she was a member of the Hladny Order of Knights, and if anything happened to his wife, she would be able to help. Tilburig then proceeded to examine Malika's body. He asked if her posture was the same as at the moment of death. Eric replied yes. While Tilburig examined the maid's body, Eric said that Gela happened to be at the scene of the incident. The analysis would take 2 days. Tilburg said that the palace would also conduct an investigation. Tilburg then said that they should just send the results when they were ready. They would check and compare them. Eric was surprised by the captain's attitude, and then said that they would do so. Tilburg suggested that death was instantaneous. Her hands were tied, and her jaw was slightly swollen. Eric said that they tied her hands because they did not know what she might do. Her jaw became like that after she ate something suspicious. Then, turning to Diala, Tilburg asked her to tell him everything that had happened. Shaking with fear, her voice trembling, she said that she knew very little. After all, Malika had acted on her own, perhaps relying too heavily on her husband's authority. She continued to justify herself by saying that Malika had stolen the princess's jewels and had even taken a silver bowl from the palace on one occasion. Malika had always had bad habits, and she should have been caught and expelled from the palace long ago. She then said that Malika had recently begun to associate with the Crispin family. Under the pretext that the Marquise's daughter had lost her handkerchief, their maid secretly met with Malika to discuss everything. They planned to kill Princess Misa within 2 years. In the end, they even got hold of such a dangerous thing. Looking at the lipstick, Tilburg asked why they had suddenly decided to apply makeup to the young lady. Diala said that the reason for this was the closeness between the young lady and the young gentleman. He cares for her, and they spend a lot of time together. In the mornings, their bed is so messy that they blush. According to Malika, this was supposed to be their excuse. After all, the princess must keep the attention of her husband, whom she had worked so hard to win. Deutsch said that everything was clear here. But wouldn't it be fair to hear the testimony of the Ladny family's maid? After all, she looks like she has something to say. Then, with Tilburg's consent, Gela said that what she saw differed from her words. When the young gentleman broke down the door, she saw the young lady trying with all her might to escape. But Diala twisted her arms. Dahlia began to justify herself, saying that she was just following Malika's orders. She herself would never have done such a thing. Then Gela asked Valak to sit on the floor. She then showed everyone how Diala had held the princess. She said that Diala had been very cruel, forcing their young mistress to sit there like some kind of criminal. Tilburg then ordered the guards to take Diala away. Diala began to scream that she was telling the truth. The young master behaved as if he was ready to help her, but he was playing with her. She had been deceived. In the evening, Eric came into the room with Misa and his mother. He thanked his mother for taking care of her. Madame Hladny asked how everything had gone. Eric replied that it had all gone quickly. At least Tilburg had acted sensibly, although some of his words seemed strange to him. Mrs. Hladny said that this was rather strange, that she would find out everything herself and let them know. According to Adele, the second son is a member of the order, but since he has a poor relationship with his family, it would be better to contact them through another family. Then the butler entered the room to announce that people from the Crispin family had arrived. Eric was annoyed by such a sudden visit. The butler said that they looked suspicious, one rather ignorant for a servant, and the other in a cloak that completely hid his face. The rude one had a rather large build, and the second one was too petite for a man. Eric asked Lady Crispin what she was doing there. After all, as soon as his wife woke up, he would leave. Lady Crispin said she knew how rude it was of her to arrive unannounced at such a late hour. Eric asked her to get to the point. As it turned out, she had come to ask for mercy. She began to talk about how her parents were too greedy and ignorant. They believed the sweet talk about rebellion, but unfortunately, they had no good intentions. Her father was a foolish man, and the king didn't care about him. Therefore, he would never recognize Crispin as head of the house. It all started with Countess Carlyle. The Carlyle family is afraid of even the king's sigh, so they are ready to fulfill his every wish. And so the Countess started all this talk of rebellion. If her parents were even a little smarter, they would understand that this is all the king's plan. Eric thanked Lady Crispin for her honesty. He knows perfectly well that she did not start all this. However, His family has no choice but to ask Crispin. Or should they ask the king? Lady Crispin was frightened and said that he was saying terrible things. She said sadly that there was nothing she could do, as she was just a simple daughter. She could only hope for his leniency in this matter. Eric asked her directly if she really thought peace between their families was no longer possible. However, Lady Crispin was uncomfortable and asked if they were still trustworthy. Eric asked one last question. Had they sent the courtesan from the outskirts? Lady Crispin replied that they had not sent her. The courtesan had appeared after the plan had been made. When they learned that the courtesan had moved to the capital, they sent a man there. Eric asked how far their man could go, how much he could find out. The guy guarding Lady Crispin just shook his head. Eric said that apparently Deputy Captain Crispin did not have a very good relationship with his mother. Lady Crispin said she would try to find out everything and then contact him. Eric plans to close the case as a minor dispute between families. However, he will request reasonable compensation, so he wants to obtain information along with compensation. And of course, he intends to press charges against the Facade Guild for attacking his man. Lady Crispin sighed and said she was very ashamed. Suddenly, the head of the Ladney family appeared at the door. He said that previously they couldn't stand the sight of each other, but now they were having secret meetings. He was clearly unhappy with what he saw. After saying goodbye, Lady Crispin and her escort left. Eric asked what had happened, that his father had only just arrived. Chief Ladney asked Eric if he had killed the palace maid for the sake of the woman digging in the garden. Eric said it was funny to hear this from someone who didn't know the whole situation. Chief Ladney was angry. Was he really going to give Amberic, who was just waiting to take his place, a chance? Then Eric said that the same could be said about him. Wasn't he giving him a chance to take the coveted position of chief? Chief Ladney's face contorted with anger. He called him just a boy. Coming closer, Eric asked if Chief Ladney knew that the king was actually behind everything that was happening. The woman he spends time with, as well as Crispin's marriage, were all part of the king's plan. The king was pulling the strings, and they were merely his puppets. The leader was stunned by what he heard. Eric said that a report from Callan would arrive tomorrow and that he should listen to it carefully. Chief Ladney stood there completely lost. However, the chief stated that apologies were inappropriate here. Many men his age take mistresses. Eric couldn't believe he would say something so absurd. He asked his father what the hell he thought of his mother. Or did he no longer consider her the rightful head of the family? And in general, he should apologize for putting the family in danger. The father Eric admired was no longer there. Eric said that his father himself had taught him that mistakes made out of stupidity could be forgiven. But if they were based on deception or malice, they could not be forgiven. How could such a person do such a thing? However, Chief Ladney said that Eric would never understand him. The chief said that his wife was not so wonderful. She was so remarkable that she ridiculed all his actions throughout his life. Eric asked if he decided to cheat to avoid his mother's ridicule. Seeing the tarnished image of his father, who was Eric's ideal, the feeling of betrayal settled like a stone in his heart. His father was so pathetic that Eric found it unbearable to be around him. Eric thanked his father for setting a clear example of how not to behave in order to avoid becoming a laughingstock in his later years. The next day, Eric and Misa were sitting on the balcony. He asked if Tilbury had come here. Misa smiled and said yes. Eric was surprised by his wife's joyful reaction to another man. At the table, Misa said that this room was much smaller than their bedroom. Eric replied that if she was uncomfortable or didn't like something, they could leave. Misa sat lost in thought. Suddenly, she heard Eric call her and turned around. Then she apologized and said that the room wasn't that small. Eric asked if she was okay. Misa started talking about the room and how everything was fine, but Eric asked about her. If something was bothering her, she should say so. She said she didn't know, but in fact she had a lot on her mind. In particular, thoughts about Malika, who had constantly tormented Misa and ended up dying so easily and absurdly. When Misa first heard about it, she even felt sorry that she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. However, her confusion soon turned to fear. And it wasn't because of her senseless death, but because she had learned her secret before she died. At one point, Misa was intoxicated by the attention of the Chladni family. This made her too relaxed. After all, for 12 years, no one in the palace even suspected anything. But here, her secret was revealed twice. This cannot be just a coincidence or bad luck. She wondered if she could reveal herself to the Chladni family and let them treat her like a human being. However, she told Eric that she just had a lot on her mind. He hugged her tightly and told her that he was there for her and that everything would be okay. As soon as Eric hugged Misa, all her thoughts immediately vanished. He suggested they go outside and get some fresh air. Eric's touch was so gentle and warm that Misa felt that a peaceful life was possible. Eric sat Misa on his lap and pointed to the moon. He said it was very bright tonight. Misa admired the full moon with delight. Suddenly, Eric asked if she was troubled by anxious thoughts. She said yes. Eric said he knew a way to deal with it. He warned her that it might seem childish. First, Misa had to close her eyes. Eric often did this to calm Rosie down. Eric asked if she could see nothing but darkness now. Misa said yes. He told her to imagine that the darkness was her thoughts. Then she should gather them into a pile. Misa asked what it meant to gather them. Eric said she needed to imagine how she was folding them in her head. She asked how long she should keep folding. Eric replied that she should keep folding until they became one pile. Then she should imagine putting them into a bag. Eric asked if she had put them in, and Misa said yes. Then he told her to throw the bag far, far away, so that it couldn't even be seen. Eric asked Misa how she felt now. When Misa opened her eyes, she sat there looking as if nothing had changed. Eric questioned her, but judging by her reaction, it didn't work. Eric thought to himself that he had used this on a 6-year-old girl, so it was unlikely to work on an adult woman. Then Eric asked Misa if she wanted to hear stories about the stars. She was interested. He pointed to the sky and asked if she could see the clusters of stars in the sky. Misa nodded. Eric said that if she looked closely, she could see the constellations. So Eric spent the whole night telling his wife different stories about the stars. Misa liked it so much that she asked for more, but Eric said that was enough for today. But tomorrow they could continue. Misa asked sadly if it was time to go inside. Eric noticed her desire to stay and said that if that was what she wanted, then that was what he would do. Eric then asked if she knew Tilberig. Misa said she did. Eric asked what kind of person he was. However, Misa called him a fraud and a traitor. Although Eric found his behavior strange, calling him a swindler and a traitor was too strange. Eric couldn't wrap his head around it. Then he asked his wife if she knew what a swindler was. Misa said that it was someone who deceives others for their own benefit. Eric said that was correct. Misa asked why he was interested in them. Her husband said that he had come yesterday to check on them. Misa smiled again and asked if Tilberig was there now. Eric was puzzled because she had just said that he was a traitor. However, Misa said that he was her friend. Eric asked if she knew what a friend was. Misa said she did, and that he played with her. Eric grabbed her and asked what they did when they played. Misa said that he taught her different things. Eric realized that such questions would get them nowhere, so he asked why she called him a fraud. However, Misa decided not to answer his question. She asked him another question instead. Eric did not understand why she was avoiding questions related to Tilberig. Suddenly, Misa asked if she told him now. Would they work on strengthening their marriage? Eric asked what she meant and said that if she didn't want to tell him, she didn't have to do it today. Remembering that passionate night, Misa blushed and asked if they would do the same thing again. Eric blushed at her words. Suddenly, Misa turned away. Covering her mouth, she asked Eric to forget what he had heard. As for Tilberig, she knew almost nothing about him. Eric, blushing, said that he had no intention of doing anything like that. After all, his wife was tired and not feeling well. He just wanted to talk. After thinking for a moment, Misa apologized, saying that she was just a little scared. Then she laid her head on his chest and said that she was really tired and wanted to sleep. Then Eric suggested they go back to the bedroom. Eric realized that Misa was trying to hide something. For a moment, Misa saw Eric covered in blood in front of her. When Misa woke up and opened her eyes, she did not see Eric in bed. It was raining heavily outside the window, which made her even more anxious. Turning around, she saw her husband sitting on the edge of the bed. Misa asked why Eric was sitting there. Couldn't he sleep? Reaching out to him, she asked why he wasn't looking at her. Upon closer inspection, she was horrified. Eric was sitting in front of her covered in blood. Misa reached out to see if he was alive. Suddenly, Misa woke up and realized it was a dream. Looking at the bed, she saw Eric lying next to her. With trembling hands, she reached out to check his breathing. After making sure he was breathing, she breathed a sigh of relief. She tried to calm herself with the thought that it was just a dream. Then Misa lay down and snuggled up to Eric. She hoped that he would not die and leave her, because he had always been kind to her. He had saved her many times. If that man hadn't appeared at that moment, Malika would have told everyone about her secret. Come to think of it, Eric was always there when Misa needed him. Every time she was scared, he comforted her. Before, she only cared that he stayed alive and didn't cause any trouble. But now, Misa wanted to spend her whole life with him. The next morning, Eric found his wife awake early. She usually got up later. He asked if she had gotten up early because she couldn't sleep. Misa said yes, a little. Eric rubbed his eyes and said that if she was bored, she should have woken him up. Misa said she wasn't bored. She asked if she could leave the estate today, but Eric said it would be better to wait a while. Then Miesa asked permission to walk around the house. Eric said that his father was here, but if she decided to go, she should take Gela with her, and she should not go to the second floor of the East Wing. And if she ran into his father, she should ignore what he said. Misa was very happy that she could take a walk. Eric was embarrassed by her beauty and asked what was so interesting about a normal walk. Then he moved closer to her, wanting to kiss her. Misa was already ready to join him in a passionate kiss. Suddenly, Misa called his name, and Eric remembered the previous evening. Eric stopped and said it was too early, so she should rest. Misa's thoughts were filled with the memory that their lips had almost touched. From that day on, Misa explored the estate every day with Gela. It was as if something terrible would happen if she stopped even for a moment. There was nothing unusual about this for those around her. But someone noticed that Misa's uncharacteristic energy seemed suspicious. One day, while playing in the yard, Misa saw Eric. She began waving her arms to greet him. Eric, passing by, just smiled in response. Gela lay tiredly on the floor, asking Misa if she was tired. But she was glad that the young lady was so energetic because she had been afraid that she would withdraw into herself. She asked if the young lady was really okay. Maybe she should get checked, just in case. Suddenly, someone said no. Surprised, Misa and Gela looked around, trying to figure out where the voices were coming from. They were the voices of Margrave and Margravine Hladny. They were arguing loudly about the transfer of the title of head of the house, as the current one was not coping, and they both understood it. Gela and Miesa unwittingly witnessed a private conversation between the heads of the Hladny family. Realizing the full horror of the situation, Gela clutched her head. At that moment, the Margrave asked for a chance to atone for his sins, saying that he would never look at other women again. He was outraged that his wife and son had conspired against him. Gela did not want them to see her, so she whispered to the young lady to leave, because they should not be hearing this. But Misa had to maintain her image of foolishness, so she decided to do the opposite. Gela said she would die if they were caught here. Then Gela took out a treat and put it in Misa's mouth, hoping she would stay quiet. Lady Hladny said she didn't care whether he left her for that woman or not. She admitted that he had been a good friend to her, and for many years he had faithfully fulfilled his duties as a husband. But now it was time for both of them to be freed from their obligations to the family. The Margrave didn't understand what this meant. First, she called him her friend, and now she was saying she wanted to take everything away from him. Lady Taliesin smiled, thinking that this was all he could say in such a situation. She said that his enthusiasm was astonishing. To be so mired in disgrace at his age. Their voices could be heard through the walls, with Lady Hladny saying that now that all eyes were on them, they needed to act quickly. Lord Hladny was angry that Eric and his wife had already decided everything and presented him with a fait accompli. And now they were rushing him, telling him to transfer the title by the following spring. They argued and shouted for a long time. Gela wondered why she was being punished like this. Turning around, she saw Misa sleeping. Lady Hladny said that he should do everything quickly. This was his only chance, unless he wanted everyone to know that the head of House Hladny had almost brought his family to ruin. And this was not a request. Before leaving, she said that if he wanted to live peacefully with that woman, he should reconsider. It was time for him to start preparing to transfer the title now. She, in turn, would take care of that woman by hiding her far away from the estate. In an attempt to dissuade his wife, the Margrave cried out, "Dear Taliesin!" But it was too late. Seeing that the young lady had fallen asleep, Gela told her to climb onto her back. Then Gela quickly ran away from the Margrave and the Margravine. At that moment, the Margrave shouted the lady's name, saying that he had been wrong, that he was not himself. But it was too late for apologies. Gela ran away with the young lady on her back. Stopping to catch her breath, she thought they were doomed. At that moment, the maids passed by them. Although no one noticed them, Gela wondered if everything would be all right. In addition, she now had the feeling that she had learned something she should not have known. Then Gela asked the maids if they had any extra clothes for the young lady, as she quickly got dirty while playing. The maids said that they had just come out of the laundry room and would bring them as soon as they were dry. Then they asked if she knew what the young mistress used during her period. They said that it had been more than 6 months since the young mistress had arrived, but they had never been given the young mistress's laundry to wash. Previously, the palace maids had done this. Gela was shocked. After taking Misa to her bedroom, Gela stood silently. Playing with his wife, Eric asked what was wrong. Gela said it was about the young mistress. It seemed she was not menstruating. Eric was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Gela asked him to wait before jumping to conclusions. She thought that Misa just had an irregular cycle and was not pregnant, especially since she had been looking after the young lady for more than 2 months, and during that time, she hadn't had her period. But according to the maids, they never received any dirty laundry. When they asked the palace maids about this, they said they would take care of it themselves. Gela doubted that they would actually do such a thing. Eric said he didn't understand much about this, but asked what it could mean. He asked if Misa was sick with something. Gela was afraid to speak, thinking that because of her words, he might grow cold toward his wife. She said that it might be difficult to conceive an heir. Eric asked why menstruation might be absent. Gela said that malnutrition was the most common cause of an irregular cycle. Misa did not understand what they were talking about and wanted to ask Eric right away. They continued to discuss her, but she did not understand them. Gela said there were rumors about Duke Hegael. They say that he once had an accident that left him sterile. She then suggested that the palace maids had tried to do the same thing to the young mistress. She used to think that her nails were so thin and brittle because of malnutrition, but the reason could also be prolonged use of medicine. Eric asked how to find out if she had taken anything. Gela said it would be good to ask the lady herself, but if it was poison, it was necessary to find out what kind. Did it affect the whole body or a specific organ? In addition, there are certain foods that can cause side effects when interacting with poison or medicine. Miesha then asked what exactly they were and how dangerous they were. Suddenly, Gela stopped and cried out in surprise. Eric said she shouldn't have, but Miesa said that Gela could be trusted. Eric was not sure. He thought she might accidentally let something slip. But since Gela had learned his wife's secret, he said he would have to send people to her settlement and capture her family. Gela was terrified and begged him not to do that. Miesa pulled on his sleeve and asked him not to do it. After all, her younger sister Laura was getting married soon. Gela was amazed that the young lady understood everything. Miesa told her husband that Laura and her fiancé loved each other and asked him to leave them alone. Eric replied that they couldn't take such a risk. But Miesa said that she liked Gela. Wasn't there any other option? Eric sighed and said that since his wife asked him to, then so be it. Then Miesa told Gela to pull herself together and show Eric that she could be trusted. Gela apologized and asked for a moment to calm herself. Miesa happily said she would give her time and told her to let them know when she was ready, since she needed to explain what kind of medicine she had taken. Gela asked what color the medicine was. Miesa said it was brown and thick, and she had been forced to drink it 3 days before the wedding. Gela said there were many such medicines and that she needed more details. She asked if there had been any side effects, burning sensations in the hands or feet, or ringing in the ears. Miesa said that her stomach hurt a little, and she had also been given sedatives. Gela asked how often her stomach hurt. Miesa said it hurt often as she had to take sedatives. Then she asked if the young lady had ever had any bleeding. Eric understood that even if Miesa had taken something, she might not remember what it was because of the large number of medicines she had been given. He clenched his teeth in anger. Miesa said she had never had any bleeding. Gela honestly admitted that she was still not sure what the drug was. She apologized and said she needed a strand of the young lady's hair. Miesa agreed and said she would cut it off and give it to her. Eric objected and said that it was dangerous, so Gela should do it herself. Gela understood and said that later she would report the results to them. Then Miesa looked in surprise at Gela walking toward her with scissors. Eric was watching the situation closely at that moment. The next day, Gela lay in the library, trying to find the poison that the young lady had taken. But all her searches were in vain. She had no idea what kind of poison it was. She was deeply worried about her young mistress. She thought it might be a good idea to ask her mentor, but she had no idea what condition the young lady had been in when she first arrived. But now, thanks to the care of the Chladni family, she looked quite healthy and energetic. Still, that wasn't the full picture. It was clear that the young lady was uncomfortable walking, and the terrible scars on her body were frightening. It was unknown how the palace maids had treated the young lady before. Gela hoped she was worrying for nothing, and that the young lady was actually fine. She had no symptoms yet, but if she had taken medicine with a long incubation period, the result could be tragic. A few minutes later, Gela hurriedly ran toward where the young lady was. Gela still wasn't used to the fact that the young lady was healthy, and that her mind was clear as well. She stood beside the young master and looked like a princess from a fairy tale. Gela thought she should act naturally, as if nothing had happened. She tried to pretend she hadn't learned anything, but it wasn't convincing. Noticing Gela's strange behavior, Lady Chladni asked what was wrong with Miesa. Gela replied that everything was fine. Then Lady Chladni asked why she was staring at her so intently. Looking down, the lady realized that Miesa was missing. To save Gela from the situation, Miesa crawled toward her. Seeing her, Gela asked if the young lady wanted to ride on her back. Climbing onto Gela, Miesa whispered in her ear, "Let's go." Then Lady Chladni said that Miesa must be tired and that it would be better if Gela took care of her. She told her to carry her away and put her to bed. Gela obediently followed the order. Then the lady turned to a maid named Sia and asked whether she had received any letters. Sia answered coldly that she had. A few minutes later, Gela entered the bedroom and told the young lady that she was already beginning to regret this. Miesa objected and told Gela that she was being clumsy. Then Miesa asked to be put down. Suddenly, Miesa ran and sat down on the bed. Surprised, Gela shouted that she could walk normally. Misa told her to lower her voice. Gela said she was curious why Misa was limping. Although while bathing her, she hadn't noticed any injuries that could cause lameness. Misa said there were injuries on the back of her thigh. Gela said that scars couldn't cause limping. Yet the young lady walked as if her muscles had been torn. Misa asked if others could have noticed. Gela said that the doctor and those who cared for her might have noticed. But Misa said they were all dead. Gela said that was good, though unfortunate. Suddenly, Misa became sad. Gela approached, took her hands, and told her not to worry. Even if someone noticed something, they wouldn't guess anything. It would be hard to recognize unless one had experienced treating injuries like she did. Misa said that at first Eric hadn't noticed either, but then he understood everything. Gela apologized for speaking harshly about the young master. She hadn't realized that the young lady could understand her. Misa smiled and repeated her words, the ones where Gela had said, "What kind of person is he?" "God, she's like a child," and "all men are the same." It turned out that Gela had said that her worthless father and the young master, they were no different, that men only think with what's below their waist. Gela fell to her knees and begged her to forget about it. She was astonished by the young lady's good memory. Then Misa asked if she had found out what the poison was. Gela sighed sadly and apologized. She said she would continue the investigation. Then Misa asked what she had meant yesterday about the difficulty of conceiving an heir. Gela looked nervously at the floor and remained silent. Misa said it was fine if Gela couldn't tell her. She would just ask Eric, but Gela quickly said that she would rather explain it herself. Then Gela said that there was a possibility it would be hard for her to become pregnant. After all, heirs were very important in such families. Therefore, if she couldn't give birth, it would be sad. Gela didn't finish saying what would happen if Misa couldn't bear a child. Misa asked if her position would weaken if she couldn't give birth to an heir. Gela said that unfortunately it was true. Misa said she hadn't known that. Then she wondered when she'd ever had a position that didn't need to be defended. Meanwhile, Eric, dressed in armor, stood in a field during a heavy rainstorm. He didn't understand what was happening, where he was or where everyone had gone. Where were all the wounded? Had they all died? Suddenly someone stabbed Eric in the neck. Blood dripped onto the ground. Still conscious, Eric tried to see the face of the person who did it. Looking closely, he saw the face of the king. Waking up from the nightmare, Eric realized it was only a dream. For 10 years, he had been haunted by nightmares from his life at war. Perhaps today's rainy weather had triggered it. His dream had been surprisingly vivid and unsettling. Misa lay beside him, drenched in sweat. Apparently, she had also been having nightmares. Misa once said that she hated rain. She had dreamed of a bird and of deaths that occurred in the palace of Celia. Eric closed the curtains, thinking it would be better that way. Then he returned and lay down in bed. His attention was caught by Misa's flushed face. Her breathing was uneven and frightened. Eric called her name to wake her. After a while, Gela stood in the room, reporting on Misa's condition. She said that the young lady was probably overtired, though it was strange. She had looked perfectly healthy during the day. Eric suggested it might be because of the rain. Gela was surprised by that suggestion. Eric knew she didn't like rain, but he didn't think it would make her sick. Gela felt very sorry for the young lady. She wondered what could be done. Perhaps she could find a way to muffle the sound of the rain. Then, she asked the young master if he had any clean paper. Eric was surprised by the question, but said that he did. Then Gela made earplugs out of the paper and put them in Misa's ears. Misa was dreaming. She heard someone calling her. Could it have been her mother? Strangely, she couldn't hear her mother's voice. What did it sound like? She reached out to touch her mother's face, but ended up grabbing Eric's instead. A few seconds later, she realized she was awake and that everything was real. Startled, she jumped out of bed, but Eric calmed her, asking how she was feeling. Misa didn't understand what was wrong. She realized there was something in her ears. She tried to pull them out, but Eric stopped her and asked her not to remove them yet, since it was still raining heavily outside. Misa asked why those things were in her ears. Eric came closer and said he would remove them himself once the sound of the rain quieted down. He was glad his wife had slept well. Eric shyly said that he had drawn the curtains first to block out the noise of the rain. And since he had been in the bedroom the whole time, papers had piled up that needed checking. So the place was a bit messy. He asked how Misa was feeling, and she said she was fine. But her heart was actually beating fast because he had been nearby the whole time. Eric asked if she wanted anything to eat. Then he told her to wait. He would go get something. Still, Misa stopped him and pressed herself tightly against him. It felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Next to him, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood, to Celia's palace, to where her mother was, smiling warmly at her. And there were maids who cared for her with gentle affection. Everyone she met smiled brightly, calling her name. Everyone loved her there, and she loved them in return. But everything changed after that fateful day when no one was left beside her. Since then, she had tried to ignore everything that reminded her of childhood. When she pretended to be insane, she had actually felt happy. Misa was like a puppet. It seemed that life wasn't her own. Eric hugged her and asked if she was all right. Now, Misa had someone who looked at her with warmth in his eyes. She thanked him for his kindness. Eric said he never thought he'd live to hear such words from her. Then he embraced her tightly. The rainy season, which had started earlier than usual, ended just as quickly. Eric stayed with Misa for more than 2 weeks. Thanks to him, she was able to gradually banish fear from her heart. When she finally stopped fearing the simple sound of rain, she removed the paper earplugs. But then another problem appeared. At some point, Misa could no longer look at Eric's face without blushing and feeling shy. It felt strange to her. She couldn't understand why she couldn't turn around and look at him. Eric touched her forehead and said that she had a fever. In addition, Misa had a terrible cramp in her lower abdomen. Eric guessed that she still had a fever, since her forehead was hot. He told her that she was burning up and that he would call the maid. Then Eric touched her forehead again to compare her temperature with his own. Misa did not expect to see him so close. At the sudden sight of Eric so near, she hit him in the face to make him move away. Realizing what she had done, Misa was horrified. The next day, Gela brought boxes of clothes that had been custom-made for Misa. The order had been placed long ago by Eric himself, but due to prolonged rains, the packages had only just arrived. Misa was terribly ashamed of the previous night. After examining the clothes, Gela said that they looked old. Misa said that it had been her request to keep this style, as it was comfortable for her. Gela was pleased that the fabric was better than she had expected, but the color wasn't bright enough to highlight the young lady's charms. Misa said she would make a dress matching the color of the stew on today's menu. Gela asked if it had really been her doing last time. Misa had never paid attention to such details before, but Eric was constantly referred to as a great hero whose beauty was unmatched. And if Eric was truly such a person, then she didn't know what to think about herself. It was clear that he saw her as someone completely different from everyone else. He had already seen her bad sides. But why did such thoughts suddenly cross her mind? Does Misa really want to be treated like a healthy girl deep down? She recalled the day she asked him why he was so kind to her. Eric replied that it was because she was part of his family, his wife. Although they had shared their wedding night, it had only happened because she had begged him. Seeing the angry young lady, Gela suggested that she try on the clothes later. Misa replied that everything was fine, but she kept thinking about why he didn't want to kiss her. To tell the truth, she really wanted Eric to desire her, not because they were family, but because he was in love with her. Later, Misa was walking with Gela in the courtyard. Misa said that she had read in a book that noble women often wore makeup. She was curious if that was true. Gela was surprised by this kind of question. She said it was true. Misa asked if she had ever applied it. She said she never had, because she was too busy trying to survive. And why ask such questions anyway? Misa was embarrassed and tried to change the subject, but Gela already understood that she was trying to change the topic. Then she said that for people of lower classes, survival was an everyday struggle. After all, some suffered greatly from hunger. Maisa was surprised. Now she understood why Eric was constantly worried about food. Gela said that her homeland was full of barren soil where the earth hardly accepted seeds. When the weather was bad, the harvest was poor, and they had no choice but to buy food from other lands. There was even a time when, due to a long war, there had been no one to work in the fields. Gela added that the young master had already resolved that issue. Nevertheless, everyone still faced enormous hardships each year. For example, last year, after the harvest, all food supplies had run out by summer. Therefore, in order to somehow survive until the next season, they had to slaughter cows, pigs, and even chickens. Miesa said that the annual maintenance of the Chladni family's estates amounted to 80,000 gold coins. How large must the population of the region be for these funds to be insufficient? Gela was surprised by this amount. Miesa said that the youngest maid would have to work for 208 years to earn that much. Gela was astonished. She clearly hadn't expected the young lady to be so intelligent. She said she was truly surprised. Miesa asked if she thought what she had just said was strange. The maid replied that no, everything was perfectly fine. She was simply amazed at how easily Miesa made those calculations. Her memory was a great gift, one not everyone possessed. Gela said she would call that talent of hers amazing and impressive. Miesa blushed at what she heard. Then she came closer to clarify whether Gela really thought so. Gela said that not everyone could do such things, and that she was truly remarkable. Realizing that she had gotten too carried away, Miesa pretended that it had all been a test of loyalty. And by the way, Gela had passed it. Although Miesa really wanted to hear praise for herself, she said it was embarrassing and stopped Gela. Suddenly, Miesa remembered something, and she asked what kind of things Gela had been doing earlier. Miesa asked what it had been when she was moving her hands. Gela said it was sign language, something only the Knights of Chladni could understand. Miesa asked her to teach her. Gela knew little about it, as she was a doctor. Then Miesa told her to learn everything, and later take her as a student. Then Gela said it would be better for her to learn from the commander. But Miesa said she wanted to surprise him later. So she asked not to tell him anything. In the evening, after her shower, Miesa happily lay down on the bed. Eric asked what his wife had been doing today. Miesa said that she and Gela had been looking at clothes, and she wondered why he wasn't angry with her. Eric lay down next to her, and Miesa tried to stay calm and not hit him again. She said she had taken a short walk in the garden. Miesa couldn't understand why he was staring at her so intently. Then she said she was tired and would go to bed early today. Then Eric asked why she wasn't looking him in the eye. She awkwardly said that wasn't true at all. Eric spoke gently to his wife and said that she was still hiding a lot from him. He said that she was avoiding his gaze, and perhaps she now even disliked being touched by him. Miesa said that this was not the case. Then Eric asked her to lie down facing him if she didn't find him repulsive. Turning around, Miesa said that wasn't the case. Then Eric suggested they look at each other. Then he hugged her, which made Miesa's heart beat very fast. He held her close and told her to go to sleep quickly because she had things to do tomorrow. The next day, Gela was standing in Eric's office. He asked her what she had found out about the poison. Gela said she couldn't determine what kind of poison it was. She said that, judging by the whites of her eyes, it wasn't leaves from the cerea tree. She had dipped a strand of her hair in various reagents, but there was no reaction. Fortunately, the nerve endings in her hands and feet were fine. That's why she can eat whatever she wants. The fact that the poison had not been detected greatly exacerbated Eric's anxiety. He told her to go and take care of Miesa and keep an eye on the new maid from the palace. Gela had something to say. Although she feared the young master's wrath, she decided to speak up anyway. She said that the dressing room between the living room and the reception room had very good acoustics. In the Chladni family, where honesty is revered as a virtue, Gela had seen many consequences for those who concealed the truth. In addition, she felt that she had witnessed a secret that was too important. And so she apologized for inadvertently overhearing their conversation. Eric said that outsiders were not allowed to enter. But then he remembered that he had allowed Misa to go wherever she wanted. Gela was surprised. She had expected a severe reprimand. She thought that he had let her go because of her honesty and straightforwardness. A little later, Mrs. Hladny and Eric discussed the arrival of the captain of the guard, who was due to arrive in 2 days. Eric noticed that the captain had not specified the purpose of his visit. Mrs. Hladny said that he had written courtesy as the reason. But Eric doubted that this was the reason for the visit. After all, they were not on such terms that they could sit and engage in small talk. Looking at Misa lying on the floor playing her role, Eric remembered the captain's words that he and Miesa were friends. Then he asked Adele about gathering information about the captain. She replied that gathering information was taking longer than expected. Mrs. Hladny asked what happened next. In fact, Adele had already learned something new about his case, but she was in no hurry to tell. As it turned out, she had already received a message during the investigation that he was a knight who was very loyal to the royal family. But digging deeper, she learned that several years ago he had proposed marriage to the princess. The knight, who had always served the king silently and loyally, suddenly proposed to the foolish princess. It is unlikely that he wanted to raise his status in this way. But then what was the reason for such an act? There was something else that greatly troubled Adele. On the day of the maid's death, in a situation where the Hladny family was about to be put in a disadvantageous position, the captain of the guard behaved as fairly as possible for a person serving the king. It was as if he was thinking first and foremost about the princess's safety. Could it be pure and sincere love for the princess? Or was it all another cunning plan by the king? In the maid's workshop, they gossiped as usual. And one of the rumors was that before her death, the maid had shouted that the young mistress was deceiving everyone. Adele did not understand what this meant. She thought about something, but immediately dismissed the thought, because the maids might have misheard her. Adele always had strange feelings when she looked at the princess. She had a strange but certain feeling that there was truth in Malika's words. And therefore, the young master also knew about this conversation. But if he had any doubts, with his character, he would certainly not sit idly by. Adele thought that she couldn't leave things as they were, because the House of Hladny could be in danger. She said that loyalty to the king had been passed down from generation to generation in the captain's family. Their loyalty had always been stronger than their desire for power. Eric was surprised that this was all the information she had been able to obtain. Adele understood that without more definite information, it would be better to wait before reporting. Then the butler entered the room, accompanied by a new palace maid. The maid introduced herself as Kila from the Maner family. Mrs. Hladny said she had heard that she had been helping Adele and told her to make herself comfortable. The maid modestly thanked Mrs. Hladny. She was embarrassed and touched by the sincerity and kindness of the Hladny household. She also noticed that the young master's wife was in perfect health. In the palace, she had only seen her in cheap, worn, and dirty clothes. Now she could see that she was well cared for. Then Mrs. Hladny said goodbye, saying that unfortunately she had urgent business to attend to. Then she left the room together with Adele. After Mrs. Hladny left, the maid apologized to Eric. She asked if she should now call the princess young mistress. Eric said that the servants in their house called her that. Then the maid said that she would also call her that from now on. Then Eric asked when the next report to the palace would be. The maid said it would be in 10 days. She wanted to ask him for a favor. As it turned out, it was about her brother-in-law. Thanks to the diagnosis made by the young master, they managed to send him to a hospital. But he keeps sending letters complaining that a healthy person has been sent to a hospital. This puts her and her husband in a difficult position. She would like him to be safely sent to a distant monastery. And if the young master resolved this matter, she would report on all affairs at the royal court in return. Having agreed, the maid hurried away. Left alone with Misa, he said that her face looked familiar. It turned out that this maid had always been close to the senior palace maid. Eric asked what his wife knew about this maid. Misa said that she was the type of person who worried a lot about herself. From the outside, it seemed that she was blindly devoted to the senior maid. But that was not the case. She knew how to distance herself at the right time to protect herself. Misa also heard that she had 3 sons. She stayed close to the senior maid for the sake of their future. She did not attach herself to anyone. She simply did her job and was polite only to the senior maid. Then Misa said that, judging by all appearances, she was a suitable candidate in many respects. Eric said that was encouraging. Misa had told him so much that she expected a reward in return. Suddenly, Eric offered to show her to her bedroom, and since he still had things to do, he said he would call Gela so that Misa would not be bored. 2 days later, Captain Tilberg arrived at the Hladny estate. He came with a gift, but wasn't sure if the young master would like it. He said he had chosen this goddess figurine because it protected its owner. When trouble approached, it split in 2. They also decorated children's cradles with them to protect them from bad dreams. Listening to the story of the statuette, Eric remembered the goddess in the temple that Miesa could not enter. Then Tilberg blushed and asked if the young master's wife slept well at night. He quickly apologized, realizing that the Hladny family took good care of her and that his question was unnecessary. Eric thanked him for his concern and said that Misa slept well. Misa's appetite had also improved, which made the captain very happy. Eric thanked Tilberg for his tender care for his wife, but Eric was curious to know how Marquise Crispin had obtained the poison in the form of lipstick. Tilberg said that poison extracted from a venomous spider had been mixed into the cosmetics. Prolonged exposure causes paralysis of the nervous system. However, the punishment for the Crispin family remained unclear. After her marriage, Misa ceased to be a member of the royal family, so it will be difficult to accuse them of attempting to harm a member of the royal family. But Diala will be punished. Eric said that in that case, the opinion of the House of Hladny would be decisive in the matter concerning the House of Crispin. Tilberg asked what outcome he desired. Eric replied that he would demand proportionate compensation from them. Then he told them it was time to say goodbye and asked them to walk him out. Erica was alarmed by the captain's kindness. Was he here on the king's orders? As he left, Eric looked contemptuously at the statuette given to him by Tilberg. Then he knocked it off the table. On the way, Tilberg said he had another gift for Eric's wife. Eric was surprised. The captain was very generous with gifts. Tilberg said that he had something belonging to the young master's wife in his possession. He said that Eric surely understood the situation. Tilberg had once ordered protective armor made to Misa's measurements. Eric was deeply surprised by this gift. At that moment, he understood everything. All this time, the scar on the captain's face was very noticeable to Eric, and he didn't understand why. After all, Eric himself had scars. But Tilberg's scar was different. It was very similar to Misa's scars. Eric was furious about the conditions in the palace, where his wife had been forced to wear armor. But what angers Eric most is that he is no better than this bastard. After all, he failed to protect his wife properly. Then Tilberg introduced himself to the young lady and Mrs. Hladny. He was overjoyed to see Misa again. Recognizing her old friend, Misa smiled. It was clear she was also happy to see him. Eric thought about how he had failed to ensure her complete safety. It turned out he was just like Tilberg. While Tilberg spoke in Misa's language, Eric felt a terrible aversion and nausea. Eric wondered when this strange feeling had begun to grow in his heart. At that moment, terrible screams and cries of pain could be heard in the royal palace. It was the king beating his new toy, whom he considered worthless. The beaten girl lay on the floor, trembling with fear, covered in bruises and abrasions. The king said that he preferred the one who always laughed at whatever he did. He hadn't seen her in a long time and even missed her. The king was curious to know if his beloved sister was all right. 5 years ago in the main palace. When Misa was still a princess, Tilburg would play with her from time to time. After all, there was no one else to look after her. Tilburg was charmed by her and her kindness. Misa imitated animal sounds to entertain herself, and apparently, she still remembers. Eric said that Tilburg's story was very interesting. Kila was surprised by the young gentleman's behavior. Given the Chladni family's intelligence capabilities, he should have already known what trophy the captain had asked the king for. He was very calm about the man who wanted to take his wife. Kila couldn't understand whether he hadn't noticed or was lost in thought. Even if it seems like he doesn't value her, her condition says otherwise. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Then Eric called out to Gela. She bent down and asked what was wrong. Suddenly, Eric picked up Misa and sat her on his lap. Gela said she could take care of herself. Eric ignored Gela and offered Misa a snack. Misa smiled and started barking. Tilburg talked to Mrs. Chladni about social topics. When he saw Misa sitting on Eric, his throat went dry. At sunset, Tilburg left the Chladni estate. He was glad to see Misa in good health. He believes that she is better off here than in the palace. He then added that the atmosphere in the palace is not very pleasant at the moment. The king has been in a bad mood lately, especially after Madame Malika died and Madame Diallo was expelled. His influence in the palace waned, and he became even more restless. As Eric had thought, he had intended to use Miesa from the very beginning, to discredit the name of the Duchy of Chladni. But since she completely failed to live up to his expectations, the king became even more unpredictable. Before leaving, Tilburg handed Eric a letter. His Majesty wants him and Misa to attend the upcoming festival. The king said he really wanted to see the young duchess. Tilburg warned that this was obviously not the real reason, and that something might happen. Tilburg then said that they should take comfort in the fact that Misa would not understand anything. He said that they could not know for sure, and therefore told them to leave quickly. Eric said he would keep that in mind. He understood that a brief appearance would not satisfy the king. He would do everything he could to use Misa to humiliate the Chladni family. At night, Eric sat on his bed and thought about Tilburg. Misa had already called him a liar and a traitor once. Tilburg does not seem like the kind of person who would get involved in such matters. Then he knelt down in front of Misa and told her what he thought of Tilburg. Misa reminded him that Tilburg was a liar and a vile traitor. Eric asked why she had greeted him with a smile then. Then he said that Vermal had personally invited them to the festival in honor of the founding day. He told her not to be afraid, because he would definitely protect her. Eric told Misa that he planned to meet with Duke Hegel at this festival. He said that the king would want to get information directly from the Duke. Misa was frightened and told him not to put himself in danger. She took his hand and said that she felt sorry for her and that she no longer hated the king. She said that his kindness was enough for her, so she asked him not to put himself in danger.